What is up, gamers? How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Oshik, Ryan, Zach, welcome in. How's everybody doing? What is going on? Gaming! Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll be starting off some Starground stuff. I just want to add more weapon parts, I think, is one of the big things I want to do for the dungeon. And artifacts. I just want to make sure there's actually, like, a reason to, you know, actually go into the dungeons. So we're going to be doing that. And then later, we're going to, work on deadlift again. So, yeah. Shrek or Kung Fu Panda? I'd have to go with Kung Fu Panda, I think, on that one. Shrek is a funny movie, but I'd say Kung Fu Panda for me hits harder, you know? So. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to streaming view. Alright. Where were we? We did have a couple bugs we discovered yesterday. Sort of at the end. Like with that weird checkerboard pattern thing. I would like to maybe just fix that really quick because it is a funny little bug. So let's go into here and figure that out. It's probably down in that one function, land tile something. Set modified tile. And this is probably setting the checkerboard. Yeah, right here. So I just have to make sure, only do that if you're actually on Viridian. The tile that's being updated. We've got all this stuff here. Anything with checker. Okay. So we've got two spots. It's when we both are creating the tile and removing them. So we create them right here. This is if we're setting it to land. I'm just going to check right here if region ID is Viridian. Then we do it. Okay. Yeah, because this is how I get the checkerboard. Just straight up. I wonder if I actually have that as a reference inside of the regions table. I'm not sure. Like if I go to Viridian. I do have checkered tile map. So I really should just do that instead. And then if I don't have it, like in these ones, then just don't do it. That would be a much better way to do it. So we can go ahead and grab region data here now. Because we're already getting region here. We do have region ID. I don't think we have region data. Because region is grabbing the modified tile data. So yeah, we got to grab region data. So we're going to say var region data is global, or just mod API.get region from ID, region ID. And then we're going to say checker is get node or null region data dot checker tile map dot get checker tile map. Otherwise it'll just be an empty string. All right. So now we just need to check instead of if Viridian, if we have a valid checkerboard tile map layer, then we can just set that. We should be good to go. I'll have to do the same thing up here, so let's get region data up here. Okay. We'll have to do that again, I think, for the next time we reference the checkerboard. Because we also do it down here. This is where we're, right here, removing the checkerboard. So, so let's go ahead and do the same thing. That's fine if we want to type it. Get node or null region data, checker map, checker tile map. Yeah. So if we have a checkerboard, set the cell to -11. Alright, so that should fix that bug, hopefully. Let's really quick just try it out and make sure, but we should be okay. Then, there's still that bug with the tutorial box. How it goes all insane. I don't know, what's up with that. So, we have to figure that one out too. Might have something to do with the visibility ratio. It's possible. Just made a big mess. Okay. So we're on Viridian. Life's good. Let's go over to Opus. Place down some tiles. And make sure that we're okay. So I'm just going to make another line over here of tiles. And then let's go back to here. And would you look at that? No bugs. See, I think we're good. I'm going to give myself a couple land tiles. Just make sure that it is still building the checkerboard pattern. Okay, it's not. So that's a problem. Let's go fix that. Definitely interesting. Set modified tile. So let's see here. Why would that not be working? So just that that's not valid. Let's print it out and see. Yeah, it's not getting the, oh, I think I know why. Let's see. If we go up into our region data. That's going to be at level tiles checkerboard. Should be okay. Well, let's go look inside a level. Tiles checker. Odd. It's just not getting it. Unless this is just not being got. Let's print what that path is that it's trying to grab. That looks fine. Because this is grabbing it from world. Not sure why it's not working. Let me check what that was before. If that script is. It's in here somewhere. World level tiles checker. It's really odd. Oh, it's because this is not getting it on the... we have to say global.world.getNode. And I think that'll fix that. I forgot. And then same with down here. Let's try that again. There we go. So now it's making the checkerboard pattern. Let's go back to Opus. Do our little experiment again. So yeah, you can see down there now it's getting a null object, so we should be fine. And you can see no issues. So yeah, we're actually good now. All right, that's been fixed. Let's stop printing everything in here. Too many. You just gotta set modify tile. Yeah, right here. And then we shouldn't be printing down here. Alrighty. Pretty easy fix. Not bad. Okay. So the sign's okay for the most part. There's a little bit of weirdness with it, but let's see if I can figure out some stuff with the tooltips tutorial. Which I have to clear out my tooltips. There we go. Forgot I added that button. It just is whack. For some reason, it gets really long like that. You see that, right? I don't know why it's doing that. I think it has to do with the fact that the rich text label here is like expanding vertically. When it shouldn't be. So it's funny that my player cursor is above the tooltip tutorial. That needs to be fixed. I don't know why that even has depth. Let's go fix that also. So that's going to be in the player canvas, minimap, main. Ordering is set to 0. So that's not the issue. That's odd, though. Is it setting its own Z index? Oh, it is. Why would it be doing that? I don't think I need to do that anymore. I don't know why I would need to do that. It's probably okay. Yeah, we gotta fix that with the tutorial. Wrong. Yeah, I really don't know why it's doing that. Very strange. Let's take a look at it. It might have to do something with how Godot handles, like with 4.5, the whatchamacallit, rich text label content scaling stuff. It's the only thing I can really think of. Okay, let's go over here and see where we're at. So we want to be modifying this rich text label right here. Because I know there's nothing in here, but you can see, like, if there's any text in there, it would just, you know, get huge. So I think that's probably the issue. Like, if I activate another tutorial, even though there's no text in there, I think it's because of the way, like, I have the text visibility. There is some different modes on this. There's before shaping. There's after shaping. We could try that. See if it does anything. No. Yeah, it's really weird though. I don't know why it's visible characters. Invisible characters or visible ratio set, yeah. So my trim text is not processed at all. That should be the correct one. It's so weird. I don't know like why only now that happens, you know? Because this used to not happen in Godot 4.4. So there must have been a change to it. Because I need it to fit content. I'm just trying to think what flags I need to do to fix this. What is biddy? I don't remember what this is. Just trying to think what I can do about this. Because I guess, like, if I have text in here, it doesn't matter what my visibility ratio is. You can see that right there. So... I guess I need to just actually change the string instead of my visibility ratio, which kind of sucks, but I guess that's my only option. So, hey, bro, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, it's going good. I'm just trying to fix a bug here with the tutorial. I think there's been a change how rich text labels work in Godot 4.5, because you can see if I have this rich text label, and I set my visibility ratio down here, it still stays the same size, even though it doesn't need to be, right? So it's a little annoying. It's not how this used to work. Like, if I had a different visibility ratio, it would not expand out like this. I'm just trying to see if any of these... I mean, I could do that. That does seem to fix it. But it might just be because it's one word. Yeah, so that doesn't actually fix it. Don't do any scrolling. Just seeing if any of these things do anything. But I don't think so. So the text selection stuff. I mean, that's set to fill, but no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to actually change the text in here, which is really unfortunate. But I can do it. I just have to go down here to when I make the text go away. Because I do tweens with this. I'm tweening the visible ratio somewhere. Tween portrait. Yeah, right here. That's equal to size factor y. I mean, one option is I can just make the text go blank when it returns. Because, like, how it works is, But no, I also need... It's frustrating. Yeah, how am I gonna do this? I wish I could enable, like, trimming or something. Yeah, it's just frustrating. I'm just gonna have to manually do it. Yo, 10 stream streak, let's go. Congrats. Alright, it's really stupid that I have to do this, but I guess we just can't use visible ratio. So instead of directly setting the text, I'm gonna have to have that as a separate thing. Because somewhere in here I say body text, or like I set the text, right? Because I do it right here. I append center, and then I append body text. Which I don't really need to do both of those like that. I could just go down here and say, boom. So this is where I actually set the text. I'm gonna have to do... it's gonna be so annoying. So I have to say var full text is a string like that. Then instead of doing that, I just say full text is equal to body text. Now I can hide both of those. And then in process, instead of setting the visible ratio, I'm just gonna have to manually create a substring. So we say full text dot substring. And then I have to say, whatchamacallit? Text node. Dot text is equal to my center tag, plus equals substring, and then I can figure out what the, like, ratio should be. So from is 0, and then length will be full text dot length times size factor dot y. So I think this will work. It's really stupid that I have to do it this way, but it is what it is. So let's see how this looks. Let's go to, yeah, just start a new. I have to clear my tutorials. Alright, let's try this out. So you can see that does work. It's really dumb. Like, I wish that isn't how I had to do it, but... But you can also see it's a little, like, weird. And that's because sometimes there's tags that I include, right, in the body text. This is the problem. I really wish I could just do visibility ratio. Because you can see the tags get created for a second. Which is kind of a major problem. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that. Very annoying bug. What other options do I have here? See, I can't do it character by character. I mean, I could check, like... only start doing it based off of the horizontal width, maybe? Because I do a tween down here. For the custom minimum size here. So let's think here. That's going to be tweening it from 0 up to 96. So I guess here I'm just going to have to say text node dot text is equal to, or dot clear or whatever. Which sucks, but it's just not going to work anyway else. So if I give myself food to initiate that tutorial, it'll still be broken initially, but then if I click OK, the text just goes away. But that looks kind of bad. Really sucks. Man, what am I gonna do about this? I might just have to change the way that my text, or that the tooltip appears and goes away, you know? Which really sucks. Because I like how it is right now, but... I'm probably just gonna have to get rid of the horizontal scaling. And just have it go vertically. And probably just have it fade. So... frickin' sucks, but... let's get working away at it, I suppose. So really, we won't even ever modify custom minimum size anymore. It'll just always be 96 on the X. And we don't do any of this stuff now. Well, the character portrait, we still do that. Okay, so that's okay. But where do I do the margin of the rich text label? Text margin. I think it's just in the animation player. It does an animation for this, for size factor, yeah. And I guess that's just what this is. So, get rid of that one now. So this is gonna look stupid and lame, but let's try it out, I guess. I'll probably need to restart the game. Let's do that. So it should stay at 96 by default, which seems really small. No, it's not 96 by default. What is it? It's 300 by default. Yeah, that's way too tiny. That's more like it. Text margin. Which one is that? I'm not sure. Yeah, let's just set that one to 300. So it'll just kind of start like flat. So let's try this out. Didn't play the tutorial. That's okay. Give apple. I didn't play it at all. What? Here, let me reset again. Game mode creative. Why is it still so weird? It's odd. Let's think here. Yeah, why is it like that? So for the portrait, that's just the character portrait. That shouldn't matter. I could just do a basic fade on this, which would fix all of our issues, but it's not cool. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. What happens if I scale this up? What does that look like? It's going from the top left. But I could change the pivot offset. Then it would scale from that point. I'm just thinking we could do some kind of neat animation where it, like, bounces in or whatever. So it could go, like, start at 0 and just go, you know? And that would be okay. I mean, it's not ideal. It's not what I wanted. But maybe that would just be the play here. I don't know. So let's try that out, I suppose. Let's just lock the character portrait at 96. So right here, we're going to say tween, property, tutorial node, self, scale, final value is going to be vector 2, 1, 1 over the course of 1 second or something. Then we can set the transition type to like elastic or something. And then here we can just set the scale back to vector 2.0. It really sucks, but okay, I want to check if I'm doing any other minimum size factors in here. So that should be it. So it should just stay static like that. Yo, thank you for the spin. What's up, K-Mac? How's it going? Let's reset tutorials. Alright, I hope this works. It's gonna look stupid, but let's just see what it looks like. Okay, nothing really happened. Well, that one worked. Okay, it does kind of work, actually. It's sad that we don't get the cool pop-out menu, but it just doesn't work anymore. So we gotta move on, I guess. It is what it is. I'd like to set the tutorial pivot offset to the size, so it should just be 460. And then for this, I want to do like, I want to slow out the transition. Oops. Set. Oops. Set ease. Let's try ease out first. And then also down here, I want to say set ease to let's do sine. And then tween.set ease to ease in and out. Let's see what this looks like now. I mean, it's fine. It fixes all the nasty scaling issues and stuff, so. Yo, what's up, Season? It works okay, I guess. Rubby fudge bones. How's it going, Season? I'm gonna set parallel on this, and then I'm just gonna say true. And then instead of doing size factor, I'm just gonna have a new variable now called var progress. And then we're just going to ease that as well. So tween property self progress 1 over the course of 1 second. And then I want to set this stuff back to being linear. Or actually, I can just do it before I set those properties like that. And then here I want to just offset parallel. Bring this back to 0. I don't need to use size factor anymore. Thank you for the cheese time. Much appreciated. Then I guess we don't need the animation player anymore. Bye, animation player. Well, I do have some stuff hooked up here, like on start and finish and stuff, so that is kind of a problem here. There's captions, so yeah. That's whack. Because there's on animation start. But I don't think it's hooked up to anything. When I say go to method, nothing happens, so that one's dead. So we just have this one when it finishes. I mean, it's no big deal. I'll just say animation finished. And then instead of passing that, open will be a bool. So if open, else. And then we'll just call that over here. So new Fortnite season, kind of weird. Yeah. I think every Fortnite season is kind of weird. But yeah, what makes it weird though? So I'm gonna bind to this false, so that I can tell the thing that it's okay. So hopefully this all works. Let's save that. It is complaining here because progress is not set yet. Okay. The battle bus is gone. What happened to the battle bus? What did they do to it? This is gone? They shot it out of the sky? How do you get into the place then? Like, that's pretty whack. What is this? Okay, now I don't have a reference to animation player, so... Ooh, everything is kind of centered around that, huh? Well, let's see. How do I do this? Basically, tween portrait is that. I'm gonna change tween portrait to transition. I don't know if I use transition or tween portrait anywhere. Okay, I do. So we just don't even need to say that anymore. We say open and then tween portrait true. But now we say transition. And then here where we say it's false. Okay. Surf? Yeah, crazy. So this function is checking as long as we're not actively animating the open state or whatever. So what I need to do is have another tween up here. I'm just going to create a var transition tween, right? So I can have a reference to that. And then if transition tween dot kill. Transition tween is create tween. Oh, I already set parallel right here. Actually, yeah, that's a better way to do it. Man, it really sucks to have to break up all this code, but it is what it is. Okay, so now I can check if the tween is finished or not. Instead of checking up here the animation player. So that's checking if it's already open, essentially. If it's not closing. Then I can just check what progress is. Just say if it's greater than or equal to 1. So we know it's open. That'd probably be a better way to do it. Alright, don't know if this is going to work. Everything might break, but let's try it out. Yeah, it really sucks I have to do this, but I can't hope and pray that Godot fixes that bug, so... I mean, I presume it is a bug, but I don't even really know. Maybe it's intended behavior, you know? What version of Godot am I on? Imagine they, like, already fixed it, and I did all that for nothing. It's possible. Where's my folder? My Godot editor folder. There it is. I am on just 4.5. Maybe I should go to 4.5.1. Let's see what got changed. Might have done all this for no reason. Let's see if they mention visible ratio or rich text label. I don't think they do. Well, I don't know if they've actually fixed that or anything, or maybe that's just intentional behavior, you know, I don't even know. So I don't want to rely on that. It's fine. It's still cool, I guess. It seems like it already started off as being full. Unless it's just because I was loading in, so I didn't, like, see it. Well, it seems to be working fine. I might also have it fade out at the same time. As it's doing its scaling stuff, so... Let's do that. And then here, it'll modulate A back to 0. Let's see what that looks like. I think the fading is nice. It's hard to tell that it's happening, though. I think it's because it doesn't start at modulate 0. But now it should. Here, let's reset the tutorials. Give myself an apple. Okay, well that transition obviously is way too slow. And I also just think this transition in general here is a little bit too fast. It's like up to 2 seconds. See what that looks like. That feels pretty good. Yeah, I need to utilize the power of a UI scale more, right? Something I just never really messed with. I should have done that with these nodes in here, because the way I do the expanding on these is wretched. Because I use a node 2D instead of actually just changing the scale. I also realized there's a thing in here. It's like canvas pixel snapping or whatever. You can actually snap controls to pixels. You can just disable that feature, which honestly seems kind of awesome. And that'll finally let me smoothly expand the slots and stuff, so yeah. I might do that. Because that was something that was always super annoying with the UI. It would make it look like it's like low FPS or something. Because it did the pixel snapping on things that expand. Also, now that I think about it, that's the exact same problem I had in the overlay with the little text animation. Why it looks so bad. Let me just fix that really quick. Boom. Now let's reopen the overlay. It'll probably look a little bit smoother with the UI, I imagine. I mean, it might be a bad decision. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe pixel snapping is important. But I can't imagine it would make that big of a difference. Oh, you can actually see that thing move and stuff now. That's crazy. I mean, I do see a little bit of weirdness, though. That's the only thing. Like, the stone pixels are kind of odd. You can sort of see what I mean. But it's hard to tell if that was just like that, or if I'm just, you know, seeing things. I don't know. Maybe we'll just keep it where it was at. For the overlay, that is a good thing. I think for pixel art games, it's probably good to keep the UI pixel snapping on, but there's also that pixel snapping thing for just regular, like, snap 2D transforms to pixel. Same with 2D vertices and stuff. I do... Oh, bruh. The editor just crashed. It's not happy. Great. Lost it all. Lost everything. No, it probably updated. I hope. It probably did. Yeah, everything's here. We could see what that looks like, though. Just out of curiosity. It's probably not going to look good, but what if it does, you know? You never know. About to find out. Yeah, I think the control UI snapping is important because it does make, like, text easier to read and stuff. Definitely. Oh, that's so weird with the pixel snapping like that. Like, look at the fish and stuff. And the player, look, it's like they snap. Look at that, the pixels all line up. That's so weird. But it definitely makes the camera and stuff feel a little jittery. Like, I don't like how that feels. And these guys look crazy as they're moving around. Starground's not really designed to be a pixel-perfect game. So, like... I don't think it makes sense in this case. I mean, I could leave it as an option if anybody is interested in that. But... Oh, let's see. So not recommended to use this with snap 2D vertices to pixel. Interesting. So maybe we only want to do one or the other. Yeah, because there's transforms. And then there's vertices. Vertices of canvas items will snap to low. So I don't want to snap my transforms. But we could try snapping the vertices. Just see what that looks like. It'll probably look terrible. But... but let's see. I'm curious. I mean, I don't see... Okay, but now we have these nasty lines and stuff. You can kind of see the rendering do it. But there's a lot of weird artifacting happening. Like, I see all these little gaps in between the pixels, like right there and stuff. So that's not gonna work. Yeah, I don't think Starground's built for this. So that's fine. Turn those off. Yeah, we'll leave control snapping on, I suppose. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty happy with the tutorial animation. I think it's fine. So... it's just more reliable this way, you know? I mean, it sucks. I wish I could, you know, keep the old one, but it's okay. Oh. I need to fix that, though, where it just immediately is, like, full. I think it's just because on the tween doesn't start at transform of 0 or whatever. But that should be an easy fix. I just need to go in here. In these things right here, where it relies on things, I just say modulate.a is 0. Scale is equal to vector 2.0. So let's try that. And then I think after we get this worked out, I would like to work on some parts, weapon parts. Reset the tutorials. Okay. Yeah, it works okay. It does overshoot quite a bit. Maybe I just want this to ease in. Just thinking about the animations here. Yeah, probably. And I might make the modulate here also be in line with the transition we have here, the side ease in. Let's try this. Yeah, or even do like the inverse. I kind of want this yeah, I might do sine, make this one ease out, then do our modulate. I want it to fade out faster than it shrinks, you know? And I could also just decrease the time a little bit too. Like 9. I don't want to see the UI get to a tiny little pixel in the corner, so... let's try this again. Yeah, that's better. Do I want to make that more snappy? Let's see. Nah, I think it's okay. Now, the only thing is this elastic here is quite crazy. It really does go, you know. And that's elastic. There's also like spring. You can see what that looks like. Might offer up a different vibe. I kind of like spring better. It's just a little more snappy. So I think we'll do spring and then decrease the time it takes to 1 second. And let's try that now. Spring is probably good. Then I don't really need this easing out anymore. So let's get rid of that. Oh, well, I guess I see... Let me keep messing with this. I guess I do want it to ease out. Or maybe even ease in now. Let's see what it looks like. No, not ease in. Yeah, no, ease out. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I might decrease the time it takes a little bit from 1 second to maybe 0.7 or something. And then do those guys too. And I think I will keep modulate in line with the scale. So, let's see what this looks like. Oops. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's okay. Alright, anyways, tutorial stuff is done. Just wanted to get that all worked out because it looks really bad when it goes when all it expands all long. It looks a little stupid. Alright, but we can work on more fun stuff now. So I want to add in more weapon parts. Because right now the new dungeon has no unique weapon parts, which is obviously a problem. And like I was saying, I want to do more of those special weapon components. I want to do one like the Star Fury that has a ranged attack, but is also like sort of primarily still a, you know, whatchamacallit, melee weapon. I'm gonna check something with my headphones. These do rotate. I feel like I'm wearing my headphones backwards. Yeah, I know I'm not. I just have to rotate it. I did buy some new ear cups, so I'm excited to try those out. They should be hopefully more breathable. I mean, these are really nice ear cups, but they're like dense. So I think it changes the sound on these a little bit. But I got some that should be more hollow, I hope. I mean, they were really cheap, so it'll probably be okay if they don't work. So I want to get like a size reference here. I want to make an ice saber. But it needs like a cool name, I feel like. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What's like a cool name for an ice blade? And I wanted to shoot ice crystals. My good buddy Thesaurus. What's a word for ice? That sounds cool. Glacier. Icicle. Permafrost. Sub-Zero. Yeah. Glacial. I do like the word saber. I think a saber is a pretty cool word. But ice saber, I mean, it's fine. But it'd be cool if it was like glacier saber. Glacial saber. Icicle saber. Sub-Zero saber. I don't know. Maybe ice saber is a fine name. Probably. So I want it to be about probably the length of the automaton arm. Let's start drawing it now. And I think this blade will be kind of like built like this. I can't remember the direction the blade needs to go in. It's kind of like the dagger blade. Okay, it goes to the right. It should look kind of crystalline, you know? Maybe it'll be a little bit longer than this. Let's go up to maybe 20 pixels. Yeah. So we got ads. My apologies. I gotta make sure this thing looks sharp. Let's see, I'll probably just make this whole half over here darker. Just trying to think how to make it look epic. Maybe this is thicker up on the top. Yeah, maybe it has more of those like shine marks. That'd probably be a good way to do it. Like right here. Make it look kind of like crystal-y, if that makes sense. I think this looks okay. Let me actually do this. Maybe something like that. We'll try it out. And width is only 6 on this. Ice saber. All right, so we're gonna have this shoot ice projectiles. So let's go ahead and draw that right now. Probably like an 8x8. It's half the size of the player. It'll just be a little ice chunk. More though like a diamond shape, I guess. Here, let's actually make it a little wider. Oh, I'm screwing it up. Maybe like that would be okay. I think that looks like ice. All right. Projectile, ice. Save it. All right, this should be a really easy weapon to do a secondary ability with. I might actually just make it so whenever you slash with it, that's when it does the, you know, the secondary ability or whatever. But that would require be a little more complicated. So I'd have to make that work with modding. I could just make it a secondary ability, I think. Alright, so let's do... Wherever we have the other blades. I'm gonna copy the Tesla core. Call it the Ice Saber. Now, I'm thinking if special weapons, do their damage apply to the whole thing? I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure. Cooldown, say like 1 second. Damage is 1. Then reach. That'd just be like the range or whatever. Let's say pretty far. I don't know what's gonna happen if this has damage. I think it does get applied to the weapon, but I have to double check. Because like these have damage and stuff, but I don't know. I'm not sure how that gets calculated. Because I want this to have good damage. Like it should be like a... just a regular weapon. Like if I look at the Dragon Slayer for reference, that does 10 damage, 1.5 cooldown. It should have some knockback and all this stuff. Damage type sharp. Self-damage is true. Then knockback in addition to cooldown and stuff. Should be everything. I'll probably make the damage less just because it is also ranged. So I mean, let's try that. Yeah, I don't really know how this is gonna like tally up all the damage. I'm not sure. I might have to add another tag or for exceptions to that rule. Cheats are disabled. Give Ice Saber. I think I'm in creative mode. Yes. So if I just put this in here, see, yeah, it still shows my damage as 0.5. So that is unfortunately something I will have to add a tag for, because I'm pretty sure the way that I calculate it is on a special weapon component, the cooldown and damage are completely separate. So yeah, let's I might change this a little bit to be like a more interesting, like, let's see. I might add another script onto weapons that just allows for a on swing ability to happen, you know? That might be the way to do it. Yeah, and I think instead of manually deciding that this just doesn't get applied, I think I'll say, like what things get applied. We'll just say apply stats. Is false. Then let's go up here. We need to set that to true by default. Okay, back down into our weapons. Down to the ice saber. So we have this attack script. So while we're here, let's set apply stats to this one as false. And then I gotta find in the code where that section is that's like not applying the special weapon component stuff. It should just be inside of the player script, I think. Let's see here. And like calculate weapon or whatever that function's called. Select set weapon. And I think in here I'm just checking if it's special weapon, then don't do it. Yeah, because this is what I'm doing. I say if it's a special weapon, then do all that stuff. Otherwise, do all that stuff. So let's see. How do I want to handle this? I don't want it to just immediately discount it. So yeah, I'll probably just read that variable for apply stats. I think that's going to be the way to do it. I mean, the other thing is just to have a tag specifically for whether it's a secondary or a primary. Maybe that's the play. Instead of this one, I can just say secondary is true. So on those ones, it'll only happen, it'll treat it as a secondary weapon. But then for like the ice saber, it just does the attack script whenever you do it, and it'll also take into account all the stats in there. It's probably going to be the way to do it. So let's go back into the player scene. So here, instead of checking special weapon, probably just check secondary. Otherwise, it calculates everything like normal. Okay. It's still an exclusive item, so you won't be able to put two of them down. And then I just want to go back down into the like attack script and make it run its attack script. So tool action down in here. Don't know. Swing count. This is our selected tools 1. So we're just gonna check like our weapon. Are we, you know, if, how do I check that? Guess I'm just gonna have to loop through all of our weapon parts. Just thinking here. How do I get the script up here and set weapon? You know, unidentified. Oh my god. Because in here, I get like, I find the special part here. Well, somewhere I run the script. I'm not sure where that is. I guess this is down in a process weapon. And I must have just a check right here, yeah. I literally just loop through and check. So we'll just do that. For a regular attack too. And we'll check as long as it's only a secondary thing too. So data, let's get item data. We say if data dot secondary. So if it's not that, we'll just say continue to go to the next loop. So let's see. Yeah, we grab the item data. If it's not a secondary attack, go ahead and just keep moving on. Should be good. Otherwise, get the attack script, and then if it has an attack script, do its stuff. This is special weapon script, so I can just call that too. So yeah, I'll just kind of copy this stuff. So now we go back into tool action. In here, and put this in. And now we want to check if it is secondary. Go ahead and skip. Otherwise, get the attack script and run it. So let's see if this works. So this should allow, you can choose whether an attack, a special attack on a weapon is a secondary attack or not. So we can have this one be set up where it just does its ability whenever you normally attack, which is how I kind of wanted it anyways. It's sort of more like the, exactly how the Star Fury works in Terraria. That's what I wanted, so. So if I add this in here and I attack, you can see every time I attack, it does the zap. So yeah, that works really well actually. And then I give myself the Tesla core and stuff. You can see I can't right click with this weapon, and it's still an exclusive part, so I can't put another special part on, which is good. So yeah, it should all work out. And you can see it is applying all the effects here, the cooldown and the damage and stuff. So that's good. Knock back. Cool. Then if I put this on, it shouldn't. Yeah, you can see nothing's happening, but if I right click with it, it does the secondary ability. Cool. So anyways, now I just want to actually create the, you know, script to run it. We should be good to go. So let's go into that other script I have for the Tesla core, or whatever the script is actually called. Let's see. Yeah, it's called Tesla core. Let's duplicate that script. Call it Ice Saber. All right. So now we have the entity. Instead of creating a bolt, we're going to create a projectile. Savar. Projectile. Enemy projectile. And then we can just set a bunch of stuff. And let's also give this a type projectile so I can see the things. So sprite override is going to be the path to our sprite, which is going to be our ice projectile. This guy. Cool. And then we will run this so we get, let's see, bullet global position. We only really want to spawn this if it is Cerber. And then run this, say, add child projectile. We have to set the position. Okay. What are some other projectile settings? Friendly will be true. Because it is our projectile. It would be cool if it gave people slowness. Possibly we could do that. Radius 8, damage 1, that stuff's all fine. Lifespan is 2. Wall collision is probably true. Can rotate is false. Direction, so we have to set direction, speed. Otherwise, most of that other stuff is good. What does direction, speed, and stuff even do? Oh, I guess that's just so I know the... yeah. Direction it's moving in. Okay. I really should just make it if I set direction and speed, then it just goes by itself. Well, I guess I am doing that. Okay. So I have to get... well, speed is already set. I just have to figure out the direction that the player is pointing in. Which I think I can just do by grabbing the angle of something. How am I gonna do this? I need to get the angle from the player to their mining target. And I think if I look inside of the player scene, that those things are synchronized on multiplayer. So if I look at mining target here, or if I go to, not the spawner. Why do I have a spawner in here? That might have been from a bygone era. Let me get rid of that. Or maybe when I was talking about multiplayer stuff, probably. So right here, mining target position. So I can use that as the direction. And then right here, I say angle to point. So that'll be the way to do it. So we're gonna say entity.global position .angle to point. entity dot mining target position, and then dot. I need to convert that into a vector. How do I do that? Or it's like direction 2. Something. How do I do that again? Or I guess I can just rotate. I can say, well, then I don't say that. I just say position dot, yeah, direction 2. Target position. So that should work. I think we're all good. Then I can also set projectile dot rotation is equal to this. We'll call that dir. So dir dot angle. And hopefully that all works. Let's try it out. So it should shoot out some ice projectiles, hopefully. Let's load our autosave. Forgot to change the script, so that's super cool. Let's go into back in here. Ice Saber. Let's try this again. Yeah, I probably will make this inflict slowness on enemies, because it's kind of cool. I would like more weapons like this that have, like, effects that happen when you use them, you know? I think it's just kind of fun. Is Cerberus a null value? Right. Whoa. Seems to be working. Give myself some schrommels. Yeah. Let's go try it out in the dungeon. That is pretty neat. I do like that. I like just having like a little weak projectile, because that's exactly how like the Star Furies and stuff in Terraria are like. There's a bunch of weapons like that. And they're just kind of fun. Cool. Because you can get in and do like big damage, or you can just shoot the projectiles from a distance, you know, and do like baby damage. So it's not like the projectile is super overpowered or anything. Like, it's still definitely better to actually build a gun, obviously, for ranged, like, serious range stuff. But it's nice as just a little, like, I don't know, just a little extra thing. Like, if there's that guy in the distance, you can get rid of him easy. Yeah, that's actually a pretty fun weapon. I always really love swords that have projectiles. I think it's just fun. I might even possibly change the projectile to just have a white outline. I know it seems kind of cursed, but it might make more sense in this case. Let's see what that looks like. I feel like that kind of works better, you know? I don't know, something about it. It's like easier to see. Especially since Caligo is a dark area. Maybe we'll go ahead and actually resize the canvas. Like this. Give this another layer of outline. And then maybe change some of the colors in here. Like that. Maybe for some of this stuff it can be the blue color. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I like how that looks. Just want it to be very obvious where the projectile is. Cool. It would be cool if when you want to hit the wall or whatever, it like shattered into little particles, but we'll see. Is that fading thing not working now? Oh, it's because I'm in a creative mode or something, isn't it? Let's get out of creative mode. Yeah, there we go. When you're in creative, I just don't bother doing the transitions. It's just easier to navigate and move around. All right. Yeah, I really like this weapon, actually. This is very fun. It makes combat more interesting. Like, because you do, like, melee stuff, but then also you can just, like... You don't have to swap weapons, basically, to do range stuff. It's pretty neat, actually. Wonder what would happen if I put this on a ranged weapon. I don't know. Oops. If it'll do anything. But I'm just curious to see what happens. No, nothing happens, which is good. It shouldn't do anything. Cool. Well, that works. Now I can attack guys from a distance, like the fish. Yeah, and let's make it give enemies slowness. I might even decrease the damage the projectile does, just to make it really weak. Yeah, it'd be cool if it gave people slowness. And I might make the time they're affected like pretty low. Maybe only like 1 second or something. Because I don't want it to be super overpowered. But I think that's slow enough to where it would be fine. Slowness is a thing, right? Yeah. Just trying to remember. I do really like how I did the effect system where all entities can get them, because it makes it very easy for me to just do that. Like, I don't have to worry about, like, does it work on enemies? As long as it works on the player, then it works on everybody else too. I think. I mean, for some enemies it might not, but we'll have to see. Should, I think, work for like the ancient automaton and stuff. If it doesn't, then I have to go through and fix that. We're about to find out. Fish don't seem to be affected. Oh my goodness. No, they are affected. Flying enemies don't really get affected because it just doesn't really work that way. But any melee guys will be fine. Yeah, I mean, that works pretty well. Might even possibly make it do a little sound when you activate it too. I'm not sure if I will or not, but maybe. It would be cool. Let's see how we could do that. Because projectiles themselves don't really make a sound. But I could just make that a thing. So projectiles have a audio emitter. It would be kind of cool. We could do it. So let's say 7 another variable in here of our audio. And we'll make that a packed. What do you even call that? Sound? I don't know. Then if we have a valid audio, then we'll say add child. Our audio player. So audio player 2D, also null. Then let's say audio player is equal to audio stream player 2D dot new. Audio player dot bus is equal to world SFX or whatever I call it. Sound effects world. Audio player dot stream is equal to audio resource. Let's set the range relatively small. Dot whatever you call that. Max distance is like 256. I don't want it to be crazy. That should be mainly everything. And then we'll say audio player dot autoplay is true, so it plays the beginning. So now that should allow me to just do a little sound that plays, which is kind of nice. For any projectile too, which is actually cool. I should use that. So now in here I can just go ahead and say projectile dot audio resource is whatever sound I want. Can't preload it. It's very unfortunate, but do I have any kind of ice sound? Or like the glass sound or something, or like I just want a little sound. What would work well? Let's look inside of our sound effects folder. I'd like to reuse if possible. I don't want to have to make another one. I know we have a couple in here. I could always use something and like pitch it up a lot so it's fast. Cell pickup. I don't think I use those ones anymore. Ceramic. Turn on desktop audio. That's that one. Charged. I could use charged, I think, and then just set a really high pitch scale. So let's also set that projectile dot audio pitch scale. Is equal to 2. And also projectile dot audio No, I'll figure out what that is myself. Okay, anyways, back into here. Yeah, let's set audio player dot volume dB to like -10. I don't want it to get annoying. And then audio player dot pitch scale is equal to range. Whatever I set in here, audio pitch scale. That -1 minus 0.1. That plus 0.1. Let's do 0.2. Why not? Alright, so that should hopefully all work now. Let's restart the game. Probably need to. I'm crushing the bottle. I need to empty out my recycle bin. Alright, let's see what this sounds like, guys. It's kind of cool. Let me turn on my audio. I don't know why it's so obscenely quiet. It's a little quiet, though. Or, like... I don't know if that's quiet. I think it's just, it's difficult to make out. I do like the magic sound. Maybe I'll use that instead. Max cast. Let's see, I mean, I could lower the pitch. I don't know if that's going to update. Oh, it does. It does sound kind of cool, actually. I'll turn out desktop audio. I think that works. It sounds cold, kind of hollow. Like very brittle and hard, which is good. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Well, I'm happy with that. Kill the fish. Hey, Macaroni, welcome in. Macaroni for real. How's it going? I'm just working on adding in a couple new weapons and stuff to Starground right now. It's going good. We just added this ice saber weapon. It acts as a normal sword, so you can use it for melee stuff, but it also shoots out an ice projectile at the same time. So, like, if anybody here has played Terraria, there's a couple weapons that do that. Is there an ice blade in Terraria that does that also? Ice blade. Does it literally shoot out a projectile? It does. I didn't even realize that. So I guess I literally just added this weapon in. That's fine. It's not a very unique idea, if I'm being honest. But it's fun though. No. I'm sorry, Terraria. Nah, it'll be fine. One thing I do want to fix that I notice sometimes when I open up the build menu for the first time, there's this little, the little thing over here is visible still. I just want to fix that super quick. He's not Nintendo, that's true. They are insane. Yes, I want to do info panel. I think I want to say hide all. Yeah. I'm just going to say that at the beginning here so that it doesn't show up when I start a new, you know, save or whatever. Alrighty, let's see if that fixes it. So if I go into a new save and then open the build menu for the first time, that should fix it. Yeah, we're good. Alright, cool. Now all my stuff is gone. So, yeah, save. Starground does sound a little different with my new headphones now. It's interesting. Not that much different, but slightly. I think it's a little less bassy. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. Does Starground still sound normal to you guys? How does this sound fit in with the rest of the sounds in the game? Does it sound fine? Is it too loud or anything? Could be a little loud. Let's go back into the projectile. Sounds totally normal? Okay. I just need to get used to the sound of my new headphones, so... But that'll happen pretty quick. It's fine. Hey, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? Whoa, 3 stream streak. Let's go. Kill the mystical fish. I'm so mean. Blueprints. Nah. No, no, no. Like my CS education attendance is not mandatory, so I can just decide not to go. That's good. It was like that with a lot of classes I went to in college. Attendance was usually pretty optional. It would suck when there was a class, though, where attendance was not optional. There were some that was like that, and it was always just like... It kind of, like, made me hate those classes. I think, I've realized that, like... Attendance is stupid. Like, especially if lectures are pre-recorded and stuff. It's kind of just a waste of time to sit there in a lecture hall. Like, I don't even know why. I don't know. It's just stupid. I mean, maybe some teachers think that it's better for, like, you know, to make sure people are paying attention. But I find I pay less attention when I'm sitting in lecture hall. Because I just, like, I want to do anything but that at that moment. I don't know. But yeah, it's always nice though when it's, you can do what you want. I mean, you're already, at least in the US, paying thousands of dollars. It's silly that, you know, you're still treated like a baby. Can't make your own decisions about when to show up and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, new weapons in the game. I think it's all good. Should work on multiplayer because it just spawns the projectile in on the server side. So we should be okay. Completely free in Denmark. Yeah, I really wish we had free education in the US too. I don't know why it's not. I really wish we had a bunch of free stuff like that. I mean, obviously it would incur more taxes, but like that's fine. Because then you wouldn't have to pay for insurance. Insurance is such a stupid invention. Like, it's just gonna up the, like, margins. Because now all the people that work for the insurance company have to make money too. So it just ends up making everything just more expensive. I'd rather just have everything be free and just have more taxes. I don't know, man. It's stupid. But it is what it is. Depends on the course. I get nothing out of recorded classes, but I think the way CS guys are wired, it probably works better and yeah, just hand out recordings. Yeah, I mean, it probably depends. There's also some classes, I imagine, that just don't work as a recording. Like, stuff that's more hands-on, obviously. I mean, that's why there's a distinction usually between labs and lectures, right? Because labs are, like, actually doing the things, and then lectures are just information about the things. So... yeah, for computer science, a lot of it, at least for me, it works just fine through video format, because you don't really get much out of it doing it in person. I don't know how that would make the experience better. Probably just make it worse, because when it's like pre-recorded, I can scrub through and, you know, listen back to another thing again if I didn't get it. It's like just better. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, people could be there, like, you could ask questions in class and stuff, which is fine. I mean, that would be the one advantage, but I never usually asked any questions, honestly. The only questions I would ask are, like, the assignment is not on Canvas, or just, like, problems, but not, like, an actual question about course material. Yeah, I'm glad school's done. It's fun and all. It's definitely, like, I think the thing that college is really good for is just the like, social opportunity. Being surrounded by a bunch of people that are learning the same stuff as you is really good. But otherwise, all the, like, it is kind of a lot of work. You basically pay universities to work. I don't know, it's... yeah. Well, as long as I keep acing my exams, continue to get money. See, that would be pretty cool if I got paid to go to university. That'd be, yeah, that'd be nice. Costs like $50,000 for a tuition in the US, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, if you go to university and have to get loans, I don't think it's worth it. I mean, immediately fresh out of university, now you have to pay off this enormous loan hanging over you for like 30 years. That's just, why would you shoot yourself in the foot like that? I don't know. It just seems crazy. Especially like people that go to medical school. It's insane how expensive that can get. Oh man. Because you're also in school for so long, you know. It could be like potentially like an 8-year program kind of thing. It just depends on the field and stuff, but yeah, that stuff can get super expensive. Trying to get a PhD. Don't even get me started on like going like, you know, a university like Harvard or something. Those colleges are so obscenely expensive. It's like, that's why I didn't even bother looking into any kind of out-of-state university, because it's just the cost to go there is so ridiculous. It's just, there's no point. And I'll probably still get a good enough education anyways at my local university, so. Because you have to pay massive tuition on top of room and board, which is super expensive. It's just ridiculous. I don't know. It's kind of a scam, a little bit. I think college probably used to be extremely useful pre-internet times, because it was like, if you really wanted to learn more about stuff like that, it was much more difficult. It's not like there's all these highly qualified people on YouTube and you can just look up a video on anything that you want, you know? I mean, there's books, which are good, but I think there's some things that don't really get across through books. You know, video kind of opens up a whole new aspect. But yeah, modern day times though, with the internet, I'm not sure if it's that good of an idea. You know, honestly, like, I don't know. I feel like I didn't really end up learning that much in university, or at least things that I'm actually utilizing. I haven't used any of the math I had to do. The most advanced math I ever do is usually like calculating an angle, maybe. I don't know. Never use any math. Yeah. But it's fine. It's all over. Alright, so yeah, we got this weapon. What else do we want to add? I would like to add some more little parts and stuff, you know. Because we've got like the hand guard and the handle and stuff. So Baggy Source, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I would like a new like hand guard and stuff. Let's do that. Because we haven't done a new hand guard in a while. So this is the normal hand guard. I want to make it look epic and golden, probably. Something like this would be neat. Create a name for a big vehicle. Colossus. Big vehicle. What's a good name for a big vehicle? Gigantor. Those are just names for big things, though. Not necessarily like a vehicle. Oh, just the word of the, okay, so like not like a title, but more like a just a word that means large vehicle. Monster truck, yeah. I guess like a truck. There's not really a lot of words for like large, inherently large vehicles. I guess truck is kind of, but that's like a specific type of car though. Freighter? It depends on its purpose, but like freighter usually implies that it's a pretty big thing. But that also implies that it's like, it carries cargo, specifically. You could also do like frigate, like ship names. Because this is also used a lot for like spaceships and stuff, but I could see that being used as a term. I think those are always cool. There's a lot, there's like Corvette. Like ship classes. There's a bunch. Corvettes. There's more than I realized. Frigate. Battleship. Destroyer. Imagine making a vehicle and calling it the Destroyer. Like, that's crazy. Cruiser. Dreadnoughts. Yeah. Well, here's like a good chart. No, those are like cargo ships. Yeah, Dreadnought's cool. Also, you said check Discord. Yeah. Also, sorry here. 4-star review. Thing about college is they don't care about your own experiences / self-taught knowledge. I went in and yeah, put in all the intro classes, didn't learn anything. Yeah, that is kind of the problem. It's like, I don't know. There's a little bit of room. I would say like there's more, you have a little more agency in university versus like high school, where you can be like, you know, kind of potentially like test out of certain classes. Some majors and stuff will have like a test you can take, a placement exam, you know? So that's kind of a way to do it. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little annoying. I think, like, to get a really good... Also, thank you for snoozing ad. I think to get a really useful education, you'd have to go to a university that's, like, specialized in what you want to learn, you know? I mean, general universities that do everything are good, but, like, I don't know. If you wanted to, like, specifically learn a lot about game development, you'd probably want to go to a game development-centric university for that kind of thing, right? But then it's super expensive, so is it even really worth it? I don't know. That's the thing. This is kind of a... It's a complicated, you know... I don't know. I think whether university is worth it really just depends. Whoa. Look at this guy. Oh, it's white on white, but you can kind of see what's going on here. It's like a big, like, it's got a bunch of wheels and stuff. It's pretty epic. Is that for a game you're working on, Oshik? Bulldozer. Yeah, it looks like a bulldozer. Let's see. I'll do a shine here. I think that works okay. Maybe I'll do that to make it look more brassy. Yeah, that'll be fine. Dreaddozer. That's a good boss name, yeah. That's pretty epic. I'll call this like a royal handguard. Yeah. I imagine there'd be some royalty items here. And then also let's mess with the handles. Because we have the normal sword handle. But I want to do one that looks more epic. Tell Max he added a royal guard to Starground. I can let him know. What are these colors over here? Let me get rid of them. Imagine there's like a gem right here. Let's see. Do that. Maybe I do white. Looks like a gem. Now this is a royal. What's the other one called? Just sword handle? We'll call it a royal handle. Alright. Now into the items table. Let's add all these in. The royal handguard. Then cooldown in this, I think, will go up to... I want it to be pretty good. Maybe, possibly, even on par or better than the Schrammel. Which I know is crazy. But, you know, this is a difficult dungeon. Like, these parts are probably harder to get than it is killing Dreadcap. So I want to make sure it feels, like, worth it. Let's just copy the handle. Maybe some of these even give, like, knockback and stuff. Royal Guard plus Royal... yeah, plus gun parts. I'm considering possibly making it so you can't put melee parts into guns. It's something I'm sort of thinking about right now. So, I'll have to think about that. What is the reach on this? So it's 7 pixels long, which means we say 16 divided by 7, or 7 divided by 16. So reach is about 0.4. Adds a little bit of cooldown, but yeah, I think I want to give this some knockback too. Just give it like 2 knockback or something. I think it'd be kind of neat to have like different stats attached to these too. Make handles more useful, because the regular sword handle is kind of stupid. Maybe the cooldown is even less. Alrighty. I mean, honestly, does it need a cooldown? No. Let's just get rid of it. Make handles good again. Whoa. Game loading, game loading, game loading. Come on, game. It'll look pretty sick with the royal handguard and handle and the ice saber. Let's see what that weapon feels and looks like. Jeez Louise, Starground. What are you doing? Okay, there we go. Give royal handle. Yeah. Check it, guys. Crazy. Does decent damage. Reach. So yeah, you could do another royal handguard. I think we have a new OP weapon. Actually, I don't think it's any different from using Schrommels. Yeah, it doesn't actually decrease the cooldown because I have a minimum that I've set, so it doesn't get insane. So there's actually no reason to use this kind of weapon with a dagger, which is kind of an interesting thing, honestly. Yeah, this works well. So, and if you want a little extra knockback at the cost of, I guess a little more reach and knockback at the cost of speed, then you can. Just depends on your sort of play style here. I am still planning on making that change to cooldown decreases that like make it a percentage-based thing instead of just a flat value. Because when it is just a value like that, it is a little overpowered. Because if you pair it with a weapon that already has a really short cooldown, it's like insanely good. I want it to be better for larger weapons. So if I give myself a Dragon Slayer, which is a very slow weapon in comparison. Like, what is the cooldown? Oh no, yeah, it's larger. I want it to feel more worthwhile with a blade like this, you know? So because a percentage would be good, because let's say your cooldown on a big weapon is like 5. So you multiply that by 80%. That's dropped it down 1 entire second, right? So that's a huge buff to slow weapons. But then let's say your weapon's already really fast and it's like 0.5, and then you multiply by 0.8. That's only changed by 0.1. So it's kind of a way to balance those kinds of builds that are OP. It makes little dagger builds much less powerful and larger, slower weapons better because you can speed them up way easier. So, I'm considering making that change. I think it would be good for balancing. But yeah. I'll probably still have maybe some things that are a flat value, just so that it's like, you have both of those, so you could subtract and then apply like a percentage and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, like lightsaber combo. It's not that stupid. Maybe that's why things sound odd to me. I set up this little EQ because I was just messing around with stuff. I don't know why it always says no active sound device. Don't switch to that. Did that just like change my audio device? No. I don't know what's up with that. Is this the flat EQ? I feel like I do need like a little bit more bass on these. Like, I don't know if this is gonna actually work, because for some reason these presets just don't work. That would be one of my only complaints with these pair of headphones, is the software is a little stupid. I know it's still in beta, so I can't really complain that much, but like, I don't think changing these is actually doing anything. I don't hear it actively changing on my computer. It just doesn't change anything. I don't know what to do about this. Maybe the problem is that I need to like use a different audio device in order to actually hear those changes, maybe? Not really sure. Because there's these other ones. There's the spatial ones, the chat, system use only. I mean, I don't think there's a different one. So yeah, it's just annoying. I need to maybe install the older version of the software, the non-beta one, because obviously it's not beta, so hopefully it's more stable. I don't know why. I don't know. But they definitely keep updating this stuff, so hopefully I can figure out why my equalizer just doesn't work. There's no hardware equalizer. Yeah, it just doesn't really seem to do anything. I don't know why. Spatial audio. It's that whole business. Can you guys hear, if I enable my mic, are you guys able to hear? I don't think you can. Can you guys hear me talking on my desktop audio? I doubt it. But I keep having weird issues with Discord specifically with that. I mean, I don't see desktop audio peaking, so I think it's fine. I don't know. It's weird. Kill the fish. Kill every last one. I'll just keep coming back forever and ever and ever. I'll never be able to kill every fish in Starground. Alright, anyways, so that's 3 new weapon parts already, which is nice. I will be making that change to the Royal Handguard. or just to any cooldown decreasing item in general, right? Anything that increases cooldown should just be a number, but then anything that decreases it should be a percentage, or at least most of them should be. But I'll still have that minimum value of 0.2, just so things don't get stupid. And I guess I'll also make that same change to like range stuff too. I'm not sure. Actually does create a negative cooldown, which is funny. I might just not be limiting it. How insane is this cooldown? Let's see. So if I give myself Royal Handguards, is this just going to be like 0 cooldown? It's negative 0.25 cooldown. Okay. I thought I fixed that from happening, but you can still get instant weapons like this. That's a problem. So if I go fight a guy, I'll probably just instantly kill him. Like if I go fight Dreadcap. It's kind of funny, actually. Oh, it's not doing damage to him. That's odd. Yeah, I can't actually deal damage to anybody. It's probably just because the range is 0, so it doesn't even have time to, like, apply anything. But I think the pistol barrel... Yeah, that should give me some range. But I still have 0 cooldown. So let's see, does it hurt guys now? There might be a new way to OP build. Yeah. So I gotta fix that. I need to set another minimum on the range stuff as well, in addition to melee, because yeah, that's not really supposed to happen. Yeah, that's a little redonkulous. You can just like kill everybody instantly. Oh man. Well, it's good that I'm finding these exploits now, you know, so I can fix them. I'm looking for where Dreadcap is. Where's that funny guy? There he is. Watch this. It's stupid. Should have a gun like this, but every bullet has a 1 in 256 chance to hurt you. Yeah. It would be pretty crazy. Oh man. I want to go kill Spore now. Oh, that's crazy. 20 stream streak. Congrats on that. Where's this funny Spore guy at, huh? Where is this little Spore guy, huh? Two streams behind. Oh yeah. He'll catch up. Oh, there he is. He's over to the left. It's so stupid. Alright, anyways. Yeah, we gotta fix this. A way to fix this is to do the percentage-based thing, because if weapon parts are percentage-based, then this will never happen. Because nothing will ever hit 0, you know? Like, it might get really close, but it's never gonna actually go to 0. Or negative in some cases, which is wild. So fast I shot in the past. But yeah, like, shouldn't be able to get that to minus 0.25. That's not supposed to happen. I mean, it doesn't break the game or anything. I mean, balance-wise, it's broken, but, you know. 117 damage. Ridiculous. God. But yeah, I'll probably make it so melee parts like this can't even be used on ranged weapons. I mean, it's fun, but I don't know if it's fair. I mean, I want things to be fun, but still be somewhat balanced. I mean, I don't want to be the destroyer of fun, but this will just make everything else worthless. this kind of build. So, I mean, I might have some parts that work for both. Still allow some creativity. Like, of course, I think any kind of special weapon parts, like if I give myself the ice saber, won't work on, you know, here. Oh yeah, since it is an exclusive part, you can't even... Oh. That's something I need to sort of fix still. Yeah, like what is... Will this actually increase the damage? I think it will. It does have crazy, kickback. But yeah. And no, yeah, stability is 0. So it just goes... This also has stability 0, but for some reason it just doesn't, it doesn't, kick back. I don't know why. It's a little odd. Make it really weak? Yeah. I think, like... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that could work. Like, you can use melee parts, but they have some kind of, like, debuff. Like 10% power, or like 50%. I just want to, like, I don't know. Balancing is one of those, like, really tricky things, because I have to make sure that sometimes you've got to put your foot down and not allow things from happening. Just because if there's something like this in the game that's just, like, God mode, then there's no point in playing the game anymore. You know what I mean? I want people to feel a sense of progression. But also, at the same time, I don't want to limit people's freedom in terms of, like, the builds they're able to create, you know? So it's like, I don't know. It's always complicated. Yeah. I kind of wish I had the, this inventory, my melee and range parts in a separate inventory. That would have been a good idea. Although the way the inventory system works is you can only view one inventory, though. That's probably why I did it. I like that sometimes it just says inf. You can calculate infinite damage. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I think it's just like 2 bullets hit at the exact same moment, so... Can't seem to get it to happen. But yeah. But yeah, balancing is something I'll probably do off camera because it's super boring. It's like going through change of value, see what happens, and then there's nothing to like show. So I don't want to bore you guys. But how about we do something fun? Ridiculous. What if we worked on a deadlift right now, guys? That would be pretty crazy. Yeah, we got stuff done though. We got a bunch of new weapon parts. I'll be going through, yeah, and doing the percentage thing, and then add them all to the loot tables and stuff, so. We're getting there. This update is coming along. Slowly but surely. Still want to add just more dungeon content in general. It would be fun to add more rooms to Enceladus, like just more special rooms, especially the Tephra, I think, could use a lot more. So maybe we'll be working on that. I would love someday to do another like level of the dungeon, because right now we have the second level for Enceladus, but neither Tephra nor Caligo have a second level yet. I think that's something that we might do post 1.0 release, just so that we can explore new dungeon levels without having to like add a new planet. It would just be a little easier, a little smaller scope. We can have more shared enemies and stuff, you know, because dungeon levels quite aren't so drastically different from the top level. But yeah. But I don't want to clog up development right now by trying to fit those in. I mean, it's cool, but it's basically almost like doing a new dungeon, so it's just not a cost-effective use of time right now. But someday, maybe. What are all these errors in here? Invalid owner must be an ancestor in the tree. It's because I say projectile.owner self, and then I don't actually. Okay, I just have to set owner to self after projectile is added down there. Do I do anything in projectile that requires a reference to owner and ready? This is not projectile. Nope. So we should be fine. It's still doing it though? I say add child. Oh, it's probably just because I didn't save it or something. It's still throwing that error. I don't know why. Why do I set projectile owner? I mean, do I even use owner anywhere in here? Oh yeah, I do right there, if owner is player. I mean, instead of setting owner as that kind of variable, we can just say, I can have another variable called, like, var creator, you know? And then instead of checking owner in here, I can just check creator. So yeah, that's if creator is player. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that in all the projectiles that the player creates. So we got to do that. So creator. I have to check if creator also. Alright, so anywhere where I've set projectile.owner, I gotta change now. Which is literally that only spot. And now I can set that before I add it to the world, which is important. Hey, Spencer, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? So now let's go into ice saber. Set the owner here. Creator to entity. And anywhere else where I've done that. Where else do I check for that? Create player particles or projectiles. Ooh, let's just check. So do it for the ice saber, spore, spitter, mushroom boss, mushroom cat boss. Player. Okay, I guess every other projectile that is created is just there. Okay. But now also this one should be good. Should be like from the player. Alright. Yeah, we added in some new weapons today. I've been just focusing on like enriching the dungeon stuff, you know, trying to, I don't know, make it more fun and more stuff to do in the new dungeon. So yeah, we added in 3 new parts, handguard, a handle, and a melee weapon that also shoots projectiles. It's kind of like the projectiles aren't super powerful or anything. They don't do very much damage, so it's still definitely like if you want primarily to be a ranged playstyle, you still want to you know, use an actual ranged weapon. But it's just fun for breaking decorations, and it also applies slowness to enemies, so it does kind of work as like a little side ability. It's gonna be probably a little bit more of a rare weapon part just because it's good. And it's cool. But yeah. But I think we're probably gonna go ahead and move over to deadlift now. Yeah, I got those all worked out. I just changed the calculation. It's technically not accurate. Like, it's not perfectly calculated now or anything, but it feels better. And I think that's the main important part. Like, it's just balance-wise. Who cares if it's, like, technically the correct way to calculate it? But yeah, now I just like divide it by the number of item or the number of buildings within its radius. I'll show you what I've got going on. I also added another label on top that shows like the efficiency value. Because it makes it way easier to, here I had like Opus, Big. It's much easier to tell what's going on as you're placing things. So let me show you. So if we go to Opus, it's set up now, so like, when you stack them all next to each other like this, it still is less efficient. Like, each individual one is less efficient, but technically stacking them like this, space-wise, gives you more collection power. So, we also fixed some, I had to change the way the tutorial tooltips are displayed because, it was, I think the new Godot version changed the way the visibility ratio affects rich text labels, so. Yeah, these are working, and then it's the same stuff with the wind turbine. So it shows that little efficiency overlay now on buildings, the 100%. So if I place down a turbine, you can see if there's another turbine touching the radius of that one, it drops its efficiency. So it's not like a calculation based off of the percentage of overlapping. It's just like, you know, if it touches at all, then it counts. So you can see as I put a bunch of these turbines next to each other, they drop their efficiency quite a bit. And I have like the decay value, which is what I call it, of turbines much higher than that of asteroid collectors. So putting turbines next to each other is a very bad idea. Putting asteroid collectors next to them are a bad idea, but not quite as bad as these. And those are all tags in the buildings so that you can kind of more define those a little more carefully and stuff. So yeah, it works pretty well though. I am, I think, happy with how this stuff is working now. But yeah. Near each other more effective to use it. Yeah. I mean, technically it is. But also it requires an enormous amount of resources. And if you're talking in terms of like UPS optimization, like performance, it's not a good idea. Because just the increased quantity of buildings like this is going to make your game run worse. So it's really not a good idea. It's probably better to actually respect the radiuses around these and keep them apart from each other, you know? You could do kind of like a honeycomb pattern or whatever, you know, like this, where you have like that, because then the radiuses will like kind of perfectly touch each other like that, but they don't incur any efficiency. It might be worth it to do a little bit, like just 95% would probably be okay, or yeah, hexagon, whatever I said. But definitely not like this. 4% is stupid. Anyways. Yeah, it's all working well. New parts. Bug fixes. Lots of bug fixes so far. But that's good. It's kind of the main goal, sort of this update, mainly, at least for me, is like be getting the big push toward optimization and polish and make things more reliable. So... anyways, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We're gonna start working on maze game now. Not maze game, deadlift. Don't call it maze game ever again. If anybody calls it maze game, you are banned. Not actually. So yeah, I want to work on, I guess, the effects system, really. New rule? No, don't actually add that. Also, I'd like to do some funny business with the... yeah, I think we're pretty much settled on a name. Deadlift, I think, works. It's kind of a fun little play on words, if you will. So I'm happy with that. So here, setting this to 0 by default, you'll see the eyes will open up when we first load into the game, which I think is good. Watch this. Okay, well, since there's like a little bit of a performance hit or whatever, I guess it doesn't actually... oh, it's because I think... no, it's because eyes open is 1. I'm gonna start eyes open at 0. That's why. So it should start eyes closed, and then he goes and opens them up. You can't really see it happen, though. I got a whole new section. Yeah, this is the surface area. So, it's where you start the game out on. You don't really do anything. Oh, let's see. We can set that back to get rid of that. You don't do much on the surface, but it's nice just to have that sort of, you know, transition area into the actual game. It just makes it feel more cohesive, I think. But yeah. And it'll also work as like just a little staging area. I think there's going to be a couple resources scattered around up on top too. So it's kind of an opportunity to go scavenge for a little bit before you descend down and actually have to deal with threats. And there's going to be the first level you go down to will also be sort of like that, where it's like kind of low risk area. So story so far, by the way, that's the one thing that we haven't really been fleshing out, because everything's been so gameplay focused. But I think this sort of going story is that this is in the future, at least for this character. There's probably going to be different stories for different characters, but it's probably in the far future, post-scarcity, or not post-scarcity. Now the resources are scarce in the future. Like dystopian. I don't know. But you're a scavenger. You are walking into this place, not really understanding what it is, but just assuming that there's probably, you know, scrap that you can find in there. It's the far off future of 2006. Yeah. It could be alternate timeline. But there's scrap in there that you're harvesting, and then you realize, uh-oh, I can't get out of here. Why does this elevator only go down? But yeah. But I think Max has shown some interest in possibly working on some lore stuff for this game, so he might be fleshing out some of the story stuff. We'll have to see. Yeah, I think my idea for a lot of the lore story in this game is going to be very kind of implicit, like environmental. I don't want to do a lot of like lore dumping. If there is lore and story to this game, I want it to be something that people actually have to, like, you know, piece together and like almost sort of imagine their own lore. Like I'll probably leave little items or decorations in that kind of indicate some story stuff, but I don't want it to be a very big focus of the gameplay or anything. So, because I think honestly, like, yeah, I think it's usually better with story stuff is to like pick a side. You know, is your gameplay like story, I think to be, if you want to involve story, the story has to be a part of your gameplay. You know, it's really hard, like, because we tried to do that in Starground, trying to sort of retrofit lore and stories and quest lines into Starground, but it just ended up being such a weird, like, so much work to get that working and integrated. I really think story is something that you should decide from the very beginning on, of like, how does this matter for gameplay, and then focus on that part of it, right? Almost like something like Stardew Valley, where like communicating and chatting with the NPCs in the game and like learning about them, all of those have gameplay consequences. But it's just really hard to integrate that into Starground at this point, and that's one of the reasons we've kind of dropped all the story stuff. But yeah, we have some ideas for games that are, from the very beginning, story-focused. I think it's just a better way to design. It's kind of the same way with multiplayer too, honestly, where it's so difficult to integrate multiplayer into a project after the fact, you know? But yeah. Ooh. Okay, so really quick, I want to do the little transition of the player falling asleep when they press the chair. I'll just have a function inside the player called like fall asleep. Fall asleep. And we could have this be like an actual thing. We could have like a time that you're asleep for. By default, I'll say it's 0. Or I could say length. So I want to add a UI block. What is it? Can't remember how that system works. Input blocks, I mean. Input blocks at index asleep. It's now true. And then we're going to do some tweening, and then we set that back to false when we wake up. It's my favorite fan request. Make it multiplayer. Game it that hard. Just spawn second player. Yeah, it's so much work. it's just completely changes the entire way everything is programmed, you know? It's so much more complicated than you'd think. Yeah, it's really easy, like, as an outsider to think that it's easy, but man, knowing how it works, just, you realize the true difficulty of it. It's crazy. So we're gonna create a tween here. So we're gonna be modifying our target eyes open. Final value is going to be 0. Let's say over the course of 1 second, and I want to say sleep tween.set ease, or not ease, but set transition, and I want to do, I'm just thinking here, I want to do like probably elastic. Or maybe spring. I'm trying to remember how spring works. Spring would probably be okay. So that'll make my eyes close. Then we do sleep tween interval length. And then we open our eyes again. Over the course of, like, I want the opening to be slower. It's like maybe 3 seconds. And this is also where we do callback, function, make us not asleep anymore. And then eyes open. And I don't know if we'll do spring. We'll see. So yeah, I'm curious to see if this works. Now we can just call this fall asleep function on the chair. So when we've interacted with the chair here. And then I'm also going to have some signals here. I want signal awoken, I guess. Awoken.emit. Also, while the player falls asleep, I think I want the audio to fade out to quiet, to silence. Or at least get, like... I want it to kind of, like... I don't know how I would do that effect. Like, blur it away, you know? I'm not sure how I would do that. I guess it's, like, a lot of delay and stuff. I don't know. Let's not do that right now. I think I'll just start with making volume fade out to silence. So in here then, I'm also going to... Let's see. Gonna temporarily set it to parallel. Maybe I just keep it at parallel and then chain everything. Chain is an interesting thing. So if I have it parallel and I say chain, it'll wait on these ones, I think, until this one is done. As far as I know. And now we're going to go ahead and modify volume. So how are we going to do that? We need to say, like, audio server dot set bus volume linear of world sound effects. Okay. Function set world volume. And then this we're going to do tween method. So set world volume from 0 to 1 over the course of 5 seconds, maybe. Now this one we want to say audio server dot get bus index world SFX. Now we're going to set that to value. And then up here where we're starting this whole thing, I'll set that to like 2 seconds. Set the world volume to 0. Hopefully that works. I don't know if this chaining stuff is gonna work the way that I expect it to, honestly. I still don't know if I completely understand how chain works. But chain. Will run after 2 above are finished. Oh, I can't say chain at the end. I gotta say dot chain dot tween interval. We'll try it. And then on awoken on the chair. So when we interact here, I don't want to do that yet, but we're gonna say global.player.fall asleep. Let's say we fall asleep for 5 seconds. Then when we wake up, that's when we call this function. So we say global.player.awoken.connect to the old exit maze, and I want to say connect one shot. So let's try it out. I don't know what's gonna happen. Finally, I found it. It'll be interesting to see if this works. And we gotta go down so we can click on the chair. I might just have a button that I can hit just to test this right now so we don't have to keep going down every single time. Let's see. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, yeah, I don't know why I'm doing variables here. I gotta do paths. Well, everything's bugged now. Okay, let's call fall asleep. I need to make this easier, so we're just gonna call this in the player scene on process whenever we hit a certain key. Let's say if we press flashlight, then we fall asleep. Let's try that. I've been wondering how you're dealing with playing particles or sound effects for an object that was already freed. Yeah, what I do is I usually just have another scene that gets spawned in when that object gets deleted that plays the particles and the sounds and stuff. So in Starground, I have a couple objects like that. So if I go in here, I have a, like, all these effect scenes, right? So effect break, like this is when this gets played when you break a like decoration. So it does the particles and then plays the sound. And then I just have some checks in here that it has like a lifespan. I think I just have this set to 3 seconds, but the best way to do it would be to connect a signal up from your CPU particle and sound for finished. So as soon as both your audio and particle is done processing, then you cue free on this node. It's probably the easiest way I've personally found to do effects like that. Yeah, I don't think there's a... I mean, you could technically, like, grab the node that's currently playing a particle or sound and then add it, reparent it up to, like, the world instead of the scene that got freed, but that's kind of a whole process, and I don't know if it's a good way to do it, so... I fall asleep. That seemed to work well. Okay, that's interesting. Let's try this for real. Only thing though I think is I want to make the awakening a little slower. And I think I might actually make it do bounce instead of spring. And yeah, I want this to be like quite a bit slower, I think. Now it's hard to tell if sounds are actually fading out. I mean, I imagine they are, but let's see if we can listen really close here. I can't tell. Yeah, it works. Okay. So let's try this out. I think I've been dealing with that similarly. Yeah, use this entire breakout. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is basically the exact same thing. You're just duplicating the player, the audio player from the player, and then adding it to this scene, and then just playing it. Yeah, make sure that you're queuing free on this. Or yeah, you are here. Player.finished, queue free. Yeah. So yeah, this works pretty well, I think. There's a lot of ways you could do it. You could do it like this, with more of like a centralized node to handle that stuff, I think. Or you could just do the way I'm doing in Starground, where you're just instantiating a new scene. I think both work just fine, so. It's RG Pyro, welcome in. I did make this game, yeah. We're just working on some transition stuff right now. I want to see if this works. I'm excited to see. So if I click on the chair, I should fall asleep, and then as soon as I wake up, the elevator is gonna open up. That seemed to work. Yeah. And I like the bounce because it's like you're just opening your eyes, you know? It works pretty well. I think the audio fading in might actually be a little too slow. I think the audio should fade in before your eyes are open. So that should be like half the length, I think, of the eyes opening. So here, if I do this now. Yeah, and I have the length set to like 0 or whatever, so. Pretty sure. Unless that's actually not working right now. No, okay, so that's something we need to fix. There's no time in between. So this does work here, but I think the problem is this. So I have to say chain here again, and then these, I believe, will happen after this callback. So let's see if that works. Text sounds like Sans talking. Yeah, it does. I literally just went, ooh. I just went, ooh. And then took that sound and just cut it down and play it back over and over. We'll probably be changing the way that voices are handled, but it works for now. Yeah, now I actually fall asleep for the 5 seconds. And then I wake up. I think that works pretty well, actually. I'm happy with that system. Because I can't move or anything while I'm asleep. That could actually work for like other stuff too in the game. That's why I kind of wanted to make this just a standard function in here I can call whenever I want. Because I think it would be kind of neat if, like, I don't know, there's like an item that makes you fall asleep or something randomly, you know? It would just be kind of a fun thing, I think. Because time still like passes while you're asleep. But yeah. And I think I'll make the chair not make you fall asleep for quite as long. Maybe 3 seconds would be pretty good. But yeah. Always look like 1,000 more polished than the last I was here. This is like, I think it's just because we've made a good decision in terms of the design and the philosophy of designing this project, because our focus is nothing that doesn't contribute directly to like the systems people are interacting with, right? So I haven't been worrying about any story stuff. Like basically everything I've focused on adding is something that you like immediately are interacting with and is useful for the gameplay loop we're trying to create. So yeah, it's gone pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't really been spending like a ton of time developing this game off of stream. I mean, there was a couple nights where like this, I spent a few hours creating this outdoor area, but it really wasn't like this didn't take me very long. Yeah, I think it's development is, I don't know, it's so refreshing kind of working on a new project like this, moving from something that was so complicated like Starground. Starground is so dense with multiplayer and all these little intertwined systems, you know. This is just so like, it's such an empty slate right now that adding stuff in is just like rapid fire, you know. But it's been really fun. I think so far the way that I'm designing these systems in this game is very solid. I'm probably going to change my mind on that later and realize everything I did is actually stupid and terrible. But like I've learned a lot of lessons from working on Starground for sure, in just terms of the way that I program things. So it's really nice to be able to kind of take those things that I've learned and actually apply them to a new project. So it's definitely getting really close to playtest time, I think. Like the final thing that we really need to just implement is a little more polish with the way that rovers grab items, and then damage and hunger and stuff, the effect system, which I want to work on right now. But yeah, I think once those things are in, it's at a playable state. Obviously, it's the depth isn't there yet. We need way more items and enemies and things that can happen. I want to get the whole upgrade system implemented, but those are all kind of auxiliary systems to the main core gameplay loop. So, but yeah. The good work, I appreciate it, yeah. Should learn to sometimes just do, yeah. Try to break out as a perfect example of too much thinking. Oh, I totally get it, yeah. Like, it's, and it's not like it, I don't blame you at all. I've done that so much. Like, the only reason I'm cutting down on all the trimming down all the fat on this, developing this game, is because I've worked on so many projects where it just balloons and gets complicated and things get overthought. Like with Starground, I think is a good example. Same with Pogo Rocket when I worked on that, and almost every game I've ever made. But I'm treating this development of this like almost like a game jam in a way, which has been a really good way to do it. Like, obviously I'm not hitting it super hard and staying up for 24 hours and, you know, I'm not rushing, but I think I'm just like, I'm so focused on everything that I add is absolutely a necessary feature for me to add. Yeah, this has been it's been nice. It's been a good development experience so far. But yeah, I think it's like, I do think it's, people tend to overcomplicate ideas and like make development too difficult for themselves, you know? I don't know. I think it's just so freeing and sort of refreshing as a developer to like specifically make the game as tiny as possible. Like, instead of looking at like how much can I add to this, how complicated can I make these systems, it's like the opposite thought process of how can I make this game concept as simple as I possibly can. And at least just focusing on that first, because then you get this really nice little complete solid gameplay loop that doesn't get constantly dragged down by all these other things that get attached onto it. So yeah, I think that's what makes a game polished, you know, is like it's the gameplay loop gets figured out super early on and working, so that all of the extra time of development is spent on balancing that gameplay loop or just adding depth to it, right? So, but yeah, it's going good though. I am really excited for playtesting time. I've got the Steam like thing bought and everything, you know, so like I theoretically I should be able to distribute keys whenever I want. I don't have to have the store page visible yet. I will have to make the store page visible for like the playtest stuff, so I'm gonna have to start working through these and getting the art ready, because to do the public playtesting, you know, you have to be able to go to the store page. Yeah, hopefully we can get that soon. Yeah, I think I can just request keys and give you guys keys, so just request some beta testing keys. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know how many people are interested or gonna be signing on. It's hard to say, but I'll do a @everyone announcement on Discord. Give people like a week to sign up or something. And yeah, I might honestly just do that one. I don't know if I'm gonna do multiple rounds of playtesting. I'm not sure. Because I think I'd rather just, yeah, not deal with it. Just start with that first little batch of people and then just start the public playtest feature on Steam so that people don't have to ask for keys anymore. Sorry if you're saying something. My model had a scheduled restart there. Oh, no, it's all good. Yeah, I was just talking about, like, you know, designing things to be as simple as possible. It's just really, it's like what I've been trying to do with this game. It's been a good way to do things. But yeah. And just the playtesting schedule and everything. Hopefully that'll be soon. Like I said, I think in one of the other streams, I'm planning on starting the initial playtest before the end of the year, so it'll still be pretty tight to get a demo ready before February, but I'm hoping that we can still manage that. I don't know. It's gonna depend on how things go. Like, I'm not entirely opposed to waiting till the next Steam Next Fest, which I think is in summertime. Because there's one in February 24th. Is there one in March? No, that goes to March. Yeah, so the next one after that would be in June. Which would be fine if we had to wait until then. It's not really that much longer away. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I think it's just going to depend on reactions to like the play testing, you know, to see is the game actually ready in February for Next Fest. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, 2026 February 23rd. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that I have to immediately do like release right after then. So, I mean, I think I've done research on that. It doesn't really matter like the momentum from demo Next Fest to full release. Because when people wishlist, they get an email notification anyways, so it doesn't matter. But yeah. Anyways, I think it's time to do the effects system. It would be nice to be able to have this be a shared status across both entities and the player. Just thinking how that's going to work. I could create another class. Also, we got ads. My apologies, guys. I could create a very most top level class called like creature. That would not extend, or that would have like both the player and the entity as a child of that. So maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Just trying to think what would be the best way. Because I could do like a component that I attach to the player and the entity for the effect system. Yeah, I just want the effects in this game to be sort of like how it was in Starground, because it was so convenient to have that system work for every type of creature, including the entities and the player. So I don't know. Just thinking here. So what kind of effects would the creatures actually get? It wouldn't be anything that's like dangerous. I mean, they could get basic stuff like slowness or whatever, like a speed debuff, but I don't know how that would like happen. I think most of that would just be like a temporary stun thing. I could always rip out the effect system in the player if absolutely necessary, so I think I'll just keep it inside of the player for now. But we can move it out if necessary. Alright, so effects. This is where the magic happens. We're going to have a list of active effects. Love me some OP, I know. It wouldn't be too bad for me to just rip that out and make it a inherited class if I need to. So I'll just keep it as the player for now. And if I decide that there actually is a reason to have monsters in the maze have the same effects as the player, then we can do that pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, it really wouldn't be that hard. I just copy the code, drag it over into the other thing, and then that's basically it. I'll keep all the functions kind of separate or whatever, so it's like we can move them over. No class that manages the effects and connects to two classes. Yeah. Yeah, if I did that, I'd probably just create like a creature.gd script. That would be like the most top level, you know, type. And then both the player and enemy entities both inherit from that creature class. And the creature class would have like the effects stuff kind of built into it, along with some other shared variables, probably like speed and health. And well, I don't think we're gonna have a value of health. Like, it's not gonna be like a I have 10 health kind of thing. But, you know, monsters and entities won't ever die. Like, that's a hard rule that we're doing. So they don't really need like, okay, yeah, more like a component than inheritance. I feel that. Yeah, then I could just like connect up signals or whatever for how they process it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about, I think I'll just do the player for now, but it's really easy for me to separate out the logic, the core logic, because we're just going to have basic stuff right now, like how long is an effect active for, what's its current level and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just going to have a list of effects. This is going to be a dictionary, which is going to have strings and dictionaries. So you can only have one effect. Well, let's see, because I want like the player to be able to have multiple types of effects at the same time. Because I want the player to be able to have like 3 minor scratches, you know? So I might actually change the way this works away from a string dictionary into just an array of effects. Yeah. I think we'll just do an array of dictionaries, and each entry is an effect that you have. Yeah. Because, yeah, the way the effects are, it's not quite the same as like a status effect. It's more of like an affliction or whatever. It's like you can have multiple of the same affliction. So like you could have 3 major injuries or, you know, 2 minor injuries all at the same time. So I don't want to use a dictionary. That wouldn't really work. So we're going to have active effects. That's the main thing, really, is maintaining that list. And then there's a bunch of functions. So like function add effect, function remove effect. Honest, I've been wrapping my head around how to manage effects. I'm really interested in how you're solving it. Yeah. I think there's a lot of ways to do it. The way I do it in Starground is more of like a Minecraft type of effect system. Like Starground, you can only have 1 of each type of effect, right? So let's make a new function here. Or not a function. I don't know why I said that. Canvas. So same with Starground and Minecraft. It's like you have a list and you have the potential to have 1 of each ID of your effect system, you know, and then each effect has some stats, like what's the current level? This is level 2, this is level 3 or whatever, the remaining time on each effect and stuff. I've already done the effect system in Starground, you know, so I kind of have a general idea of how I want to go about it. But inside of Starground, in the entity class, top level stuff, if we go look at the effects, there's a bunch of functions I have in here for it. So clear effects, anything with effect in it. I process the current effects like this by decrementing the time, but I'm actually going to do that with timers instead because it's just better. And then I also have a resistances system. So like certain guys can be resistant to types of effects that can happen. Which we'll probably also do that inside of deadlift because I think it's just a super easy thing to add, but it's just convenient for kind of changing the way that different guys react to different stuff. All it is just a list of strings of IDs, and if one of the IDs matches the effect, it doesn't get applied. And then just some other general effects. Yeah, this is the current effects dictionary. I don't have a system in Starground for the tier of effect, right? And I actually don't know if I'm going to do that in deadlift either, because I think I'm just going to do that based off the quantity of effects, right? So normally in games like Starground and Minecraft, you can only have one effect of each thing. Minecraft lets you have the level of the effect. But yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just use an array for the effects. And based on how many of those I have stacked up is my like level of the effect, essentially, right? So if I have 3 minor injuries, then that means the effective like level, the effects of that is multiplied by 3 just because I have 3 of them. The reason I want to do it that way instead of a level is because I want to have it like, say you apply a bandage to yourself, it might only repair one of those effects randomly. So I want there to be some like, I don't want it to just be something where you apply a thing and it just completely gets rid of all of the ones. Like there's quantity matters, like how many of that effect do you have. And I might potentially make some effects not work that way. Like if you have, oh, I don't know. What's one that would make sense? If you're tired or something. I don't know if I'm going to have multiple tireds. I might just have an alternative kind of effect that's like a, you know, unique effect where you can only have one of them at any given moment. But, I mean, I don't see the reason I can't do it this way. Like, I could just have a drowsiness effect applied to the player. So you could have just 3 drowsinesses, and then that would just mean you're really tired. And it also makes sense the way I'm going to be handling, like, hunger and stuff like that, because hunger is not going to be, like, a meter. It's not like we just have a bar here, and then, like, a given progress of how hungry the player is. It's more like, you have, like, it's almost like a slot kind of thing, where each day that you pass without eating, you acquire another hunger debuff, right? So it's like, okay, I don't eat for a day, I'm a little hungry. I don't eat for another day, I'm double hungry. And then if you don't eat on the 3rd day, we just check how many hungers do we have. If it's more than 3, then we kill the player. So it should be really easy for that kind of stuff to be calculated. I'll have like a process loop checking all those effects and what they do and stuff. How do you do the specific effect in Starground? Like if you have a slow effect, you're handling that inside the player class? Yeah, or is it somehow injecting from the effect class? Yeah, that's the tricky part, is like a way to apply the effects in a more modular way, but most of the time what I do is most of the effects in Starground modify like a variable. So inside of the player, I have a variable that's like speed effect modifier. You know, speed mod. And multiple effects can change speed mod if they need to. But basically it's just a value that I multiply my speed by and everything, you know. That's the way I've been doing it. I don't know if there's a better way to like inject stuff like you're saying. That's where I think effect systems get more complicated. But yeah. Because you're gonna have to, at the end of the day, somehow change the core values that are driving your players and stuff, right? So like, I think that's probably how I'm gonna be handling it with deadlift. Like when you get hungry, it's gonna decrease your speed, right? So I'm just gonna have to change my speed value. I don't know if there's, or have a separate variable that just multiplies my base speed. That's what I would do. So like my speed is 5, and then I multiply that by my modifier value. So my modifier value just starts at 1, but then each time I get a hunger debuff, or it calculates it, like for each debuff, it loops through and then changes that value. So like times 0.5 or whatever. So it changes my speed. I think speed in this game is essentially kind of your health in a way. Like if your movement drops below a certain value, I think I'm going to kill the player. Because most things, I think, tie into speed. That's kind of the main debuff, I think, for the player. Yeah, we might change that though. I mean, I don't want that. I mean, it's possible we could just have a separate kind of behind the scenes stat, like constitution, that's basically a health thing, right? And it's like, starts at 1, and if it drops below 0.2 or whatever, hits 0, then you die. Because I imagine there's probably some effects that would change speed, but don't necessarily harm you. It's hard to say, though. I guess speed essentially is your, like, metabolic rate. Like, keeping your heart running. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, modularity is what I've been trying to solve for a long time, which is too deep in object-oriented programming. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably some interesting solutions you could definitely come up with doing component-based stuff. Just not sure how you would like do it though. Because yeah, I mean, just thinking in my head, like at the end of the day, if you want to change in a status of an entity or a player, you're gonna have to change that value, right? So I guess you could just define some things like what are the values that can potentially be changed, you know? Like health and speed and damage output. And then just have a bunch of variables for those as modifiers, right? And then all of your effects, every frame gets calculated up and you figure out what that modifier should be given your current effects. That's the most modular way I can think of it, because I just don't know how else you're really supposed to do it. Can make a little effect like fire burning when you have nothing set up for it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a lot of making systems for that kind of stuff. Like you could have you just have to set up a timer, I guess, for periodic damage. I don't know. One way that I've handled modularity like that in Starground is just having separate scripts that get loaded for each of those things. So for example, let's look at the unique weapon scripts, right? So like the Tesla core and stuff. I have a script for the effects of each of those kinds of weapons. So when you activate the Ice Saber, it does this stuff. And when you activate the Tesla core, it does this stuff. I also do the same thing actually for effects in here, right? Each effect that I add in the game has a script that gets ran and processes stuff, right? So like speed, it changes the speed effect modifier. Most of these don't really do much, but some of them are more interesting, like regeneration is a little more complicated. Poison is the same as fire damage. Then there's stuff like endurance, which I don't even know what endurance does. It's just empty. Endurance. I don't know what endurance does. Is it protection? I don't think so. It might be. I can't remember. I know we talked about endurance at one point. And then in beginning, that changes the sprite scale. Strength does the attack damage modifier. See, I really just use these modifier variables essentially for everything. Having a unique script is a nice way to do it because you can do fancy stuff and it's really easy to add on new effects, but yeah. Yeah, I just wondered if there's a way to slow down the player without a slowdown variable. I don't think so. Because I'm just not sure how else you would like... You have to have a modifier variable that you can multiply your base speed by in order to change your speed. I mean, you could say speed -1, but then the problem is on clearing the effect, you have to make sure that you add that speed back. Otherwise, you end up with like permanently changing your base speed. I think it is much better and much cleaner to always save that information of what is your initial speed and then just modify it, multiply it by a value. Yeah, it's a whole thing. There's probably a lot of ways to do it. I would definitely like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would try doing a script-based thing like this. In Starground, when an effect gets applied to an entity, I create a script. If you really want more like flexibility with your effects, at least. Right here. So I load this as a new script, and then I add it onto here, the process. And then I think in process event of the entity, every frame I run the process event of that effect right here, yeah. So it's one way to do it. Basically just adding a process effect to each active effect so it can like run things in the background. But yeah. Modifier seem like a good approach? Yeah, I think it's probably a good way to handle it. Anyways, back in here. So add effect, we're gonna have effect ID. And then removing an effect, it's a little trickier because we have to find where that effect is. But we could just pass in an effect ID and then remove the first one with that ID. That would probably be the easiest way to do it. So this is going to push back a dictionary. And we're going to define a bunch of things in there. This one, we're going to say for I in active effects, if I.id is equal to effect ID, then we say active effects dot remove at I, or we can just say dot erase. It's probably easier that way. Might have to loop through this backwards though. Yeah, probably. Active effects at index I to ID is equal to that. Then we say remove at index I. So that's the way we can remove effects. Adding them is just pushing it back. So we're going to have stuff like ID. That's going to be what the effect ID is. And then this is where we have to get effect data. I'm going to do this the exact same way I've designed everything else in this game and in Starground, is by saying global.effects.table.get effect ID. Data driven, because it's a good way to do things. I think. I mean, I'm not like some genius, but so far it's worked well for me, this architecture. And then we just have an ID list of all the different effects. So MG effect, hunger. And we don't need a scene attached to it, just mainly an ID. Maybe we'll have defaults, but I don't know if we need any defaults yet. Okay. Don't lie to us. No, it's not true. I'm not a genius. Everything that I've done is just kind of made up, and I hope that it works. So. But it's been going fine, though. I do think that, like, tables like this is a good way to kind of design things. It's basically having, like, a data repository for all the information about stuff in the game. And then you can just keep grabbing, you can keep requesting data from that, like, database. You know? Data-driven approach is good. I've always just wondered why you're using so many strings and not, like, encapsulation classes. I don't know. I just like strings. I think it's really easy to, like, just copy and paste things super quick. I mean, I could use, like, a class or use, like, enums or whatever, but I just think it's convenient and easy. And performance really is nothing. Like, Strings aren't really that slow. But yeah, I don't know. And I could mess around and try some other stuff, but I feel like this already works really well. I mean, classes would be fine, because the only thing that would be nice about classes is I could statically type variables, right? And that would be kind of nice, not gonna lie. But, and I could. Just thinking how that would work. I guess I could technically just have a list of classes or something, right? And then just class and then the item type. Like, would this work? I'm not sure how I would define this. Yeah, I guess I could just define this stuff. I don't have to have it in a dictionary then. But I would like to be able to grab that stuff easier. Because how am I going to, like, grab that information? I guess I could have a string ID that points to a class instead of a dictionary, you know? So I could have, like, class name, affect hunger, and then it has some variables. And it could probably even extend something, right? Like that. That would probably be easy. But yeah, I would want like a list of IDs that point to each of those classes. So I guess I would do like... Yeah, it's basically a struct. There's technically no structs in Godot, but you can just make another class in a class, and that's a struct. So null reader effects are, I think, yeah. Just trying to think then how I would, like, let's see. And I guess this wouldn't use brackets, it would just be like this. Bar guy is true. Or would I do that? How would I even do it? Oh, do I do that? There we go. And then I could have an ID pointing to that class. Like that. But can I access this, you know? Like, can I encode, say, mg.effect.hunger for an ID? How would I, like, reference that class, I guess? Can use resources. Yeah, I think that's probably the easier way to do it. But then here's a problem with using resources. Because every time I want to make a new thing, I've got to create a new file. I mean, it's fine, but like, it is a little annoying not being able to just copy and paste stuff super easily. I mean, I know I can duplicate, I guess. I don't know, it's just a different way of handling it, I suppose. I mean, it would work, but then you got to open up a lot of files. Like, one thing that's nice about having it in a dictionary is if I want to change the value of a bunch of things, I just go through and click and click and click and click and I'm done. But then if it's a file, I have to open the file, make the change, Open the next file. You know. I don't know. I guess there's pros and cons. I mean, the pro is that you can statically type. I guess you could probably also have functions, yeah, just inside of your data, which is nice too. Yeah, helper functions. Spent a long time developing how I do effects, so it can take time. No, yeah, definitely. I don't know. I think those separators allow you to collapse part of the dictionary is pretty cool. Yeah, you can do regions, which is the way I've always organized my data dictionaries and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, it would be kind of neat. I mean, it's not too late for me to convert to a resource-based system, but I think it really comes down to how, yeah, like I think you were saying, Push Toy, like how like novel things are, how unique is each thing compared against the other, right? Because most of the things, like, I guess, yeah, like how many functions are you going to be using? How much data do you need to store? Because if you just have a bunch of stuff like this that has like one little variable, I think it's kind of excessive to make an entire file for that, and fill out all those variables again when it's literally just like 2 strings in here. So I guess it, yeah, just depends on like, is it more of a quality-based ID system or a quantity-based, you know? Would probably be the big part of the decision-making process of which route to go. Yeah, I mean, just thinking in terms of how things are going to work in Maze game. Most of it's just going to be pretty just, I can't imagine each individual thing's going to be doing a bunch of stuff that's like wildly different, you know? So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think most of the processing of these things is not going to happen in the thing. So like having hunger, I don't think hunger itself is going to be like doing much, but it's more so like just the fact that you have it, and I'm going to be processing that inside of the player, probably. I don't know. These are all things I can change if I decide to go with a resource-based system, but I think it would be fun sometime maybe just to try like a tiny game using resources and just see how that process is compared to using dictionaries. I don't know. I really don't think performance matters much for this. I don't think it'll change much between strings in a dictionary or a resource. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you on team resource or team dictionary strings? I think they can both be valid. I mean, I've been able to make all of Starground, so I know it's not like bad. I don't know. I need to do some more research into it all, but don't want to mess your code up with it. No, I mean, I think it's like, I want to try things, you know? I don't want to stay stuck in my ways and decide the first thing that I try is the best way to do it. Because I don't think that's the case, you know? I think it's always good to try different ways of doing the same things, because sometimes they might be a lot better. I mean, I did that working on Starground because I started with storing all that information, like not doing things data-driven. And I decided that's a bad way to do it and changed everything. It sucked and it took a long time, but I'm definitely glad I made that decision. Yeah, I think I just have to research resources more and like figure out like, you know, not Starground, Godot resources. Like, I guess exactly like how would like static typing work with that, because and like accessing the information in there I think is kind of the thing, because I guess I could just have a bunch of like, I can have resource files, but the thing with a resource file is you have to like load the resource in order to access information in there. So it's not the same as a class where you can just say class name and then access the info. Like, you have to actually load it and go in there. So I'd probably still have to have this list of IDs and then just point to the resource, I suppose, for each item. Because I don't know how else I would really do it. I mean, obviously you can preload stuff, I guess, to access it, but I don't know. I mean, it is cool to have signals instead of resources. That's definitely kind of neat. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's pros and cons. So how would it know the type of the resource from like loading? Like, if I loaded a resource, would I be able to just access that stuff? So like, if I go into my global table again, because all of these tables are resources. No, because I'm grabbing the data from them. Like, if I say .data down here, I guess it does know that that variable is there. So that's what that automatically builds the resource list. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You could just loop through a like specific folder in your project and then gather up and create the list dynamically, but I don't know. I would like to try it out one day though, honestly, and just see like how it works, I guess. But can I have a resource that stores the resources? That's true. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. We'll just keep moving forward with this right now. Dictionary strengths, because there are a lot of reasons I like this over individual resource files, but I think it probably depends on the use case. I could see honestly mixing both, you know? Like if there's something that's particularly complicated or like each entry is wildly different from the other one, then a resource could make a lot of sense, you know? I could see using resources specifically for effects, but yeah, I don't know if it would be as useful for items, you know? Items to me seem like they're usually just image that represents the item and like some basic stats, but there's not really like, I don't know what kind of functions I would be using and stuff for an item, you know? At least for the data of an item, so. Yeah, I don't know. Just different ways of kind of achieving the same result, really. You have no tire break out the wave systems using it, basically? Okay. Yeah, it'd be interesting to take a look at how you're managing all that. I might do that. Anyways. Yeah, I'll look at that later. Effects that we're gonna have. Can't remember if we fully fleshed out all these different effects. I think we did on Miro. Let me go look. We want effect minor injury. I don't know if I'm actually going to use these name strings in here. These are just the names, not in the format of an ID. but I'm not sure. Oh, minor injury was already used. Yeah, I know. See, I think we had some info on here. Effects, yeah. So yeah, food and water. Hunger. I'll just call it thirst. I do want to do addictions because I think it's just cool. So it'll be an addiction to a specific item. Then we got major and minor injuries. It looks like we might have different kinds of minor injuries because we have written down like sprained leg, broken arm, winded. It's not just like a single type of injury, I guess. So I might not do major and minor. I might have to do separate IDs for each one. But I can give them like a type, so I know that they're all the same category effect. But like addiction, I don't want to do a multiple different things for each item, because that just seems excessive. I'll just have the effects be the exact same, probably. But we'll see. Boredom is an effect, yeah. Could. Anyway, do your dictionaries of genius with the defaults getting added in automatically? I appreciate it, yeah. It is a nice way to do it. Then you can just have all these defaults up here for things. Yeah, you could easily do that probably with resources as well. You could have like a parent resource that acts as the default resource. So it'd be pretty easy to do that also. Then there's bonus conditions. Bleeding, poisoned, infested. Poisoned. I might do different kinds of effects for each addiction because each addiction kind of has a different penalty, right? I'm just looking, this is our list of all our effects and stuff. Because, we have like food and water, which these are just always the same, like, thing. I imagine. It'll just be like a base. But see, like, all these different withdrawals for each addiction, it has a different, like, they're all different. So yeah, I guess I'll probably do different types of addictions for each one. Well, I guess withdrawal is different from addiction. I think addictions will be kind of a little bit of a different system, and you only get the effect of an addiction once you start experiencing withdrawal. So instead of, yeah, defining the addiction there, we define the effects of withdrawal from the addiction. Like, effects are all things that happen to you. Like, I think addictions are just, it's just gonna be a list of things you are addicted to, but being addicted to something I don't think is gonna give you a buff. Like, the buff is the process of consuming the thing that gives you the addiction, if that makes any sense. What we get infested by? We're probably gonna have some questionable food items. So, you know, maybe you eat some kind of weird thing that like has maggots in it, and now you're like infested with parasites. So, but yeah. Totally unrelated. Just remembered. Oh yeah, talking a while ago if you should use Delta with move and slide. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You should not be using Delta with move and slide. Yeah, because I think that already takes into account Delta time, as far as I know. Like, yeah, I don't think you... Because velocity... You don't multiply velocity itself by Delta time. but it's like delta time is like the time difference between one frame and another. So like if I'm adding speed over the course of 1 second, then I would want to use delta time because time is involved. But otherwise, if my velocity is 3, then yeah, I don't think you would use delta time in that case, as far as I know. I think it's a move and collide you need to use delta on. I'm not sure. I don't think you do. I don't think you use delta time on any of that stuff. It's only like delta time really is just for like things that you need to manually calculate the time of. Physics, I believe, in Godot already takes into account time calculations. So I don't think you use delta time directly on your velocity value. Because I think Godot under the system kind of calculates all the things, and basically calling move and slide is just applying it. Applying the things that were calculated. I mean, I don't know if that's actually correct, but I would assume that's how that sort of works. I don't know. Yeah, maybe one day I should look into the behind the scenes. That's not the reason. The reason you get a different number doing delta times delta, different tick rate. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it'd be pretty, get pretty random. Yeah. Okay, so we got all these ones for gore. Poisoned. Infested. And then bleeding. So a lot of these will just have like base effects, like the whole modifier variable thing I was talking about. So like bleeding just makes you a little bit slower, but then we're also going to have some checks in the process event, like you know, here that I have to actually create the blood drops coming from the player. Same with poisoned, where every once in a while the player will cough. So those are all things that I'm going to have to kind of calculate and process outside of these just base stats, you know. But I think most of those should be pretty easy. At least I think that's what it is. Yeah. No, you're probably right. I don't know. It's tricky. I mean, I'm sure if you looked into like understood the way that the physics is calculated, it'd probably be more obvious, but yeah. I just go by what seems right, what looks right. Usually that's fine. I have this little like fruit pack here. I don't think it's good anymore. Unless it's just a nasty flavor. But it tastes odd to me. It is a go-go squeeze, yeah. It tastes weird though. It expired a few months ago. 3 months ago. But it just tastes weird. I don't know. I think I might not eat it. I'm worried I'm gonna make myself sick. If you consider having mutations, like something that buffs but also has a negative effect, I definitely think we will have stuff like that that is both a positive and negative. I mean, in a way, that's kind of what the addiction system is sort of going to be a little bit, because it's going to let you consume more food, but also at the same time, obviously, you have to be careful about the negative consequence that comes from that addiction. So, mold, man, yeah. I don't know if it's mold or what, but it tastes weird. I think it's just rancid. Strict the immune system, yeah. But yeah, I think it would be really cool to have some. I mean, I think most effects will probably be negative, but I could totally see, like, I think once we get into food, that's where buffs will start to be a little more like, we're gonna kind of mess with that stuff more, so. But yeah. Yeah, we'll probably do some like effects too on screen when you're drunk or have nausea and mushrooms and stuff. Or yeah, mutations being permanent buffs. It would be interesting. I think like all effects that you have, conditions, probably will be like permanent effects. That last at least for one level, but I could see some of those effects you acquire becoming permanent, you know? Yeah, we could. It just depends. As long as it, I think, contributes to the base gameplay, it's definitely could be something that we add in. It just depends. Yeah, anyways, we are approaching... Oh yeah, we're already at 4 hours, 11 minutes. We'll probably be ending stream here in just a second. Let's add more of these IDs. So we got poison, infested, bleeding. Then we're going to have all our like damage types, so region. Injuries. Oops. And let's do all those. Effect. Broken leg. Also down here, infested. Bleeding. Broken leg. Broken arm, shattered rib, and fractured skull, which is really bad. Don't fracture your skull. Wonder, yeah, the major injuries like these are going to be much more difficult to deal with. And they're going to be pretty nasty to live with. So when you get one of these, it's kind of like a major like detriment to your run, you know. It's stuff like this, like broken leg, minus 35% speed per broken leg, 20% stamina, limp movement, yeah, and broken arms. You lose all your throw strength, shattered ribs. Yeah, you lose a bunch of stamina. Yeah, and some of these are going to be sort of like a visual detriment. Like if you have a fractured skull, it's like maybe half your vision is all messed up or something because your brain just got hit. We'll have to see. Then these are minor ones. I think minor injuries will eventually go away. But major ones are permanent. Yeah, minor injuries go away over time. Major ones don't go away unless you like tend to them somehow, which won't always be easy. Yeah, all the withdrawals. Alrighty. So we got these, and then let's do the minor injuries too. Wait, why is broken arm a minor injury? I think that's supposed to be sprained arm. Then we got winded, which maybe you get by running too much. Let's see. Maybe if you drink so many energy drinks or something, you get a permanent mutation. Yeah. It's possible. I think like maybe that would happen if you only eat healthy stuff. Like maybe you go on a diet of only eating veggies and stuff, right? Like, I could see that potentially having positive effects on you. I think most of the stuff in this game, like, I think one of the big themes of gameplay and just everything is, like, decay. We were considering adding decay as kind of like a word in the title of the game, but it was just hard to squeeze it in. But I want everything to feel like as more time goes on, you just more and more weighs down on your shoulders, because it's a roguelite. Like, I want it to get harder and harder as time goes on. So yeah, I imagine like drinking energy drinks would probably kill you, because I think energy drinks are bad for you. I don't think it's good. I don't think your body would benefit from drinking way too many energy drinks. So yeah. And again, like everything, I think a lot of this will also come down to balancing. So we'll just have to see. Send you the calculation why not to double delta on Discord. Oh, okay. You can take a look at that before we end stream. Let's open the link. So let's see, what do you got going on here? Are these your delta time calculations here? Yeah. So it's 60 FPS. Yeah. And then 120 FPS. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you double delta, it's going to decrease it too much, because you end up like, normally you're saying you're multiplying this by the frame. So, because it's like exponential. So if you say delta times delta, 0.1 times 0.1, that's going to be twice. You're multiplying it twice too many times. So if your delta value is 0.16, it's not that it just gets, you know, twice as slow or whatever. It's 0.16 times 0.16, which is way too much. So it's never going to be correct. You should really only ever multiply something by delta once. Because it just won't be the right value. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is correct. This is basically just showing that, like, multiplying once, like, yeah, you're getting the correct, or this is, let's see, you're multiplying delta twice. Oh yeah, but you multiply back to 60. I don't know what this calculation, I guess, is showing here, but twice the different ticks, yeah. Because, I mean, this should be right, as you're just saying times a thing and then times 120 again. It ends up being the same values here. But yeah. Delta times delta equals number times tick rate equals number. Yeah. Okay. So you're just showing that, like, yeah, the reason why you only do one delta. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, anyways, it is quite late now, so unfortunately I have to end stream. But thank you, gamers, for coming in. We did at least get the effect system started. I know we didn't really do much, but and we also got the whole sleeping mechanism in, so it's fine. Yeah, the effect system isn't going to be something very, like, flashy. It's just, I need to just go through and add a bunch of variables to modify your speed and stuff. And then that's basically all it is. There's not really much to show. So yeah, I'll probably be working on that Monday, Tuesday. And I think Wednesday, deadlift should be at a really good spot. So I'm excited to yeah, continue on from that point next stream. We'll probably be working on like more environmental stuff at that point, but I think gameplay should be pretty much functional. We might be working on rover upgrades, possibly. Perhaps even elevator upgrades too. We'll have to see. Not sure. Sky's the limit. We could work on anything we want. But yeah, let's go ahead and raid out. Let's raid Mr. Gouda Watch. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Thanks, stream. Appreciate it. Yeah, Starground's going good. Deadlift's coming along. I do want to also work again sometime on Lured In. I just haven't been recently, but you know, I still want to make that game. I think that game has the potential to be finished very fast. I think I could probably get it done definitely before February, so. Twitch thumbnail pulled me in. Oh, yeah. We are just ending stream. But, it's okay. We're gonna go raid out. Every time I touch the song, it gets worse. Yeah. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, you just keep tweaking things, trying to make it better, but then you realize you're just bogging it down more. I do that a lot with music. But yeah, we're gonna go raid out. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Over to join the Discord. I will be putting up an announcement for when Deadlift play testing's ready on that. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Hopefully that update will be up by December 18th. But yeah. Thank you, gamers. See you next time on Wednesday, 3:30 MST. And yeah. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.